There's nothing. Otherwise, there'd be no debate. There'd be no doubt in your mind. Absolutely no doubt in your mind. And you wouldn't be able to rely on all of the other lies and conspiracies and rabbit holes, because they would instantly be shot down. Like, if there's anything that sort of lends you to believe that they're lying about something like NASA or whatever, I mean, just come up with one rock solid thing that everyone can just go, yep, it's a fucking ball. But there's not. And that's why we can talk about it all day. Shouldn't have to rely on maths. Shouldn't have to rely on optical tests and sticks and shadows and whether or not we're going around the sun or the sun's going around us. It's just, come on, give us that one rock solid thing that we can all just pack up and go home.
Yeah, like I can see the other island like a couple miles away from us. It's like, shouldn't there be some, like, it's just such it's such contrived shit, man. Like, I'm fucking tired of it already, honestly. It's so funny.
Well, the thing is, like, they always have a rebuttal, and they're always able to say, oh yeah, but, you know, you come up with your explanation, but there's, oh yeah, but. And why is it not, oh yeah, but, and then no flat earth? It's not there. It doesn't work. Numpty Noah, there's a channel called Phuket Word. Have you heard of him?
No, what's that?
Phuket is the island. It's in Thailand. It's called Phuket. It's called Phuket Word, and he did a video yesterday, which was like awesome, just down to earth. Like, he's a really easy listening, honest, like logical, critical thinker, and he just so calmly spreads it all out and brings you back down to reality. If you have a chance to watch that hour, it's worth it. Yeah, it's really organic. Hey?
Phuket Word.
Yeah.
Oh, it's more like
I think he did. It's said Phuket, but he did a little video after, like it walking around in the night market or whatever. That's not the one. It's the one before that. It's like the second to last video.
Scientific method. Okay, cool.
So you got to go to. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the video. If you got an hour to sit down. It's just so. Yeah.
I've been hearing a lot more about this sextant fucking argument lately, and it's like, it's just kind of ridiculous. I don't know.
And he's got a video coming up soon, which he said he's going to be doing all about navigation and how it's so easy to explain that is, you know, it's just not possible if it's a globe. It's only possible because they've reverse engineered everything.
Yeah, and it seems like, I don't know, like, it seems like everything they do, it's like, oh, you have to do this thing, then you have to do this, and you have to convert it through this formula and stuff, and it's like, I'm pretty sure back in the old days, they would just look at the stars and then just literally not do any of that fucking bullshit and just go to their destination. They would look at a star and be like, that star is over this area, therefore if we go to where it is underneath, we'll be there. You know, it's like, it doesn't, I don't know, all this fucking complicated bullshit just seems like they're like kind of chasing their tail, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, what the hell did they do before the sextant? You know, they looked at the fucking star and they took their heading and they went for it, and they had a good idea of pretty much how far the horizon was away, and you know, it's just all of this complication has come into it, and it's only there to deceive.
Yeah, the one thing I do is have a problem with is like, what are these satellites exactly? Like, if we do live on a disc, I guess would be the best, because the sun would go in a circle, so it'd be more of a disc. what exactly are these like objects, these machines that they're putting up in the sky that are like flying around and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, well, man has a great ability to use technology for all sorts, and there's probably technology that just hasn't been developed. You know, there's technology that they're using, which we just can't explain because they're not telling us what it is. But some of those lights, or most of them, they were probably always there.
yeah, I'm talking more like I've seen people claiming that they can see the. See if I can find this meme. It's so funny. It's like a picture of the ISS against the moon, but it's like, isn't it supposed to be in space? How are you supposed to see it against the moon? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's supposed to be like a couple thousand miles up, right? But then you can just see it against the moon as if it was like flying up where a jetliner would be, you know?
Well, I think the powers that be, the ones in the know with thousands of years of collected and hidden knowledge, they know that the sky is not measurable. They know the sky is not tangible, and all of the things in the sky are not tangible. You can't go there. You can't land on it. And therefore, they've been able to think, well, how can we make this place like prison planet Earth, ball spinning wet rock? And they thought, well, if we can put stuff up in the sky, we can explain our story. And that's kind of, I think, what they've done. They've come up with so many ideas and so many ways that they can put stuff up in the sky to back up their wet spinning ball theory. That's it. It's like it's just another way to hide the truth and to smear it and to cover it up.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Posted in the main chat real quick.
Well, I don't know. Are there any other herbs in the house? Because I saw a meat lover bacon just come in. Bacon.
Hey, what's up?
Buongiorno. Which part of Christmas are you on? The left side or the right side?
I don't know. I didn't know there were two sides of Christmas.
Well, are you in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere? Is it Christmas or Christmas Eve?
Southern hemisphere. I'm pretty close to the equator.
Okay, so it's pretty much early Christmas morning for you.
Christmas morning? No, it's. I mean,
If you're close to the equator, you're probably 6 hours behind me-ish, maybe. So you're around about.
well, being in the northern hemisphere and the
Are
south
you about?
hemisphere doesn't tell you my time zone.
Kind of. Are you about 4 o'clock in the morning? What time are you?
No, it's 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Christmas Eve.
No, it's actually 8 p.m. 9 p.m. is my previous time zone.
Which country are you in?
Oh, take a guess. It's very similar to your name.
Brazil. Brazil's got some pretty diverse scenery. Do you ever get into going up the Amazon,
I'm
fighting
in the
with
middle of the
alligators?
Amazon right now.
Really?
I don't live here. I'm just spending holidays here.
So,
You're just
so
up.
do you think,
You're just up there to do some ayahuasca ceremonies.
and is your
I'm
signal
here.
coming? Is your signal,
Because my
your
girlfriend is
mobile
here.
signal coming through satellite or what?
Okay. What was the question?
Ayahuasca. Geo said, do you do ayahuasca? Sorry, Geo said, do you do ayahuasca?
What's that?
Ayahuasca.
I don't know what's that.
Okay.
What is that supposed to mean?
So this it's like a plant, and when you take it, it's kind of like you know, spiritual experience with natural. I don't know, Geo can tell you all about it if you want to find some. You've probably got somewhere just up the road from where you're staying.
No, thank you. I'm okay.
No, I figured you were not, but it's if you're in the Amazon, that's the heart of ayahuasca, where it grows and where a lot of ceremonies take place. So, but yeah, the Amazon's a big place. So,
Yep. And it's across many countries. Let me see.
have you met any flat earthers there?
No. I've never met any flat earther in real life. Only on the server. And on Facebook. It was used by the Incas.
You meet flat earthers all day, every day, except they don't know that they're flat earthers.
Well, yeah, that might be true, but I've looked into groups, and I never found it's not that easy to find Brazilians, and when you do, and none of the ones that I found were from my city or even from my state. So yeah, and maybe I crossed the flat earther on the street without knowing it. But no, I've never met anyone that is openly flat earther that mentioned that. I'd like to, by the way.
You'd like to?
Yeah. Yeah, it's much easier to discuss things in my native language.
So, if you had the chance to go to a meetup or something, you would go. You would go.
Definitely, yeah.
I noticed a lot of globe earthers are like that. Like they really want to meet flat earthers or in person and stuff. It's interesting because they often will say how much they disagree with it, and some of them have insults or whatever. But at the same time, there's a lot of them that really want to meet people. Like I think pretty much every globe earther I've asked, would you go to a meetup if a flat Earth meetup in their area? They virtually always say yes.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't surprise me because that makes sense. Like, I mean, at least the Globers you find here, because I mean, if they're here, then I think they would be willing to go to a meetup or something. Of course, many people wouldn't, but then you wouldn't find them here on the server.
Yeah, that's true. Do you have any other people you've talked to about it in your daily life?
In my daily life, no. I mean, I have I mean, I talked to about this subject with my cousin. He's not a flat earther. In fact, he's studying astrophysics. But yeah, sometimes subject of flat Earth comes up. Well, you guys have a
So
good Christmas. I'll be going. So, yeah.
I was going to ask him if his cousin has taught him much about astrophysics. Because what do you think? Like, astrophysics is like, what's the percentage of the information from astrophysics that you need to rely on to keep this ball? I mean, how much could you strip away from astrophysics and come to realize that it's not a heliocentric spinning wet ball? Just about all of it. Like, I don't know.
They have to at least be able to predict like where the planets and sun and moon are gonna be though. Like when you look at the sky, right? So what I'm thinking is they must have some sort of way where they take all that data, like, oh, Saturn's gonna be here on this day. Oh, like I mean they've had models of how these bodies in the heavens work for like thousands of years now, right? So I think most of it is just like the math and theory that they use to then put that data onto a ball model. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's probably why it's so complicated. They have to take something that inherently we already have known about for thousands of years and then kind of wrap it around itself and make it into a 3D ball looking type of solar system, you know? Then they have to come up with all this relativity to explain why we don't actually feel any forces while we're here on Earth.
Yeah, I was thinking the video, Phuket word video that I just mentioned before is kind of like all of the points that he talked about. You could probably get a notepad and just write them all down in sequence, exactly in the sequence that he talks about, and get a really coherent argument for the flat Earth, because he has a lot of interruptions in his talking, but you can still get the flow of it. And I think he's got a really good format for an argument, just the way that he had that linear sort of a flow from, we're not spinning, you can't feel it, the water's level, just all of the basics, but then they're just so logical. Yeah. It's amazing how the heliocentric model, they just have to keep tweaking it all the time. Like, if it doesn't match and someone comes up with another theory, then they have to tweak it all the time. You don't have to tweak shit with the flat Earth, right? It is what it is. And that's why you can't go to places like Antarctica. You can't go sort of searching, because if you could, then it would be undeniable the what you find is just not going to support the globe, But the reason why they're doing it is because they don't want you to find out what they're hiding. What are they hiding? They're hiding because they say, oh, if it was a flat Earth, all the distances don't work. In the southern hemisphere, the distances just don't work. Well, how do you even know you're on whatever latitude parallel fucking lines down there? How do you even know? Like,
yeah, in the South Pole, the whole latitude. I mean, longitude is already basically. If you're on the open seas, you really can't determine your longitude. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you can at least determine your latitude, right, by the
yeah.
angle to Polaris. But then, yeah, once you get into the southern hemisphere, there's nothing. You're nowhere basically. There's no. If you're on the open sea, the Atlantic or Pacific, the high seas, you ain't nowhere anymore. You can't really figure out where you are unless you already know like what time, what season, But like if you were just stranded on the open ocean in the south, you wouldn't be able to figure out where you are really.
Yeah, and anyone that's ever done, like in modern times, a circumnavigation of the so-called globe, they're all relying on the information that they're taking with them based on the ball. So, yeah, you can navigate by it, but at the same time, it's it's only a tool that they're using, and it, if you didn't take that information, my point is, can you still navigate? You know, without their almanac and their fucking way of explaining how a sextant works. I mean, if you're on the 60th parallel, for example, how do you know you are actually on the 60th parallel? Just because you're relying on a so-called, 3959. You're relying on the radius of a ball.
Yeah, one of those.
I think
his name is-
the only thing I got to say is that the only way it can possibly even conform to a way that is possible to navigate is if it's a fucking globe, isn't it? How the fuck can you possibly navigate this motherfucker if it's not a fucking globe?
Yeah, well, before the sextant, and before, there's a lot of indigenous tribes and old cultures that used to get around just fine.
Yeah, why would
By
you need
just
a globe, Branch? Why would you need any form of globe for navigating? You've got the planar surface, water is level, the sky above, and the stars are in their
Right,
positions,
but
so you
back
can
in those
track
days,
along.
back in those days, yeah, the navigation used to basically be like, let's look at this star. It points north. Let's just follow the fucking star. That's the type of navigation we're talking about when you discuss that, right? When we talk about more fucking, if you want intrinsic
so.
ways of fucking navigations, that's very different. But what you're talking about is simply, let's look at this motherfucker. It looks north. Let's just follow it. So what are you talking about, my man?
Yeah, but they could still like a road map on the ocean back in the days with their canoes or their fucking like really primitive style yachts or boats or fucking kayaks or whatever. They could still get around. They didn't just follow a heading and go from one country or one island to another. They knew at what certain point to turn left or to turn right, and they didn't have to rely on it being a ball.
Right.
They
What
could
what
still.
made them turn left? What made them turn right?
I mean, it's not as simple as look at the star and just head
Well,
for that
you
star
said
and you'll
you
be right.
said you said there was some shit that made them left and right. What made them turn left or right?
Yeah, well, they knew at a certain time of the day or night, depending on where the sun is and depending on how the moon is and where the stars are in the sky at a certain time. They knew whether or not to keep their heading like in one direction or to veer off to another vector. There's otherwise they'd never get to where they were fucking going. Trade wouldn't have worked.
They had a
You'd have
good system of
you
navigation.
definitely have perished like all of your stock, all of your like if you're transporting livestock, it'll all be dead. And they had a race against time.
They had good navigation back in the day. Like they were able to figure out how far they went and things like that. Like there's whole like Polynesian tradition of like where they would raise a kid to be a navigator from 3 years old, and they knew where all the islands were in the ocean and how it corresponded with the sky and the stars. There's a whole like science about it. Well, I know that they could navigate pretty accurately before the sextant. It was just a different way they went about it.
It may not be called a sextant, but it was.
Yeah, what was the one they found in the bottom of the ocean? It's like fucking buried and like fossilized or whatever. What was it? It was like 1,000 years old or whatever. that device.
Yeah,
that they
yeah.
found.
You know what? You know what? Who the fuck you is? Why the fuck you saying is probably right. Like it seems to me, yeah, like you know what the fuck how everything fucking got fucking figured out in life, and it seems to me like your entire family and shit was fucking based upon that. So great fucking deal for you, my man. I wish like back in the days I could have been someone like you.
On the shoulders of giants.
On the shoulder of on the shoulders of giant liars.
Or my
Kepler,
next door,
Newton.
my next door neighbor's planning a round the world yacht trip all by himself, and he wants to be the oldest guy in the world that's ever done it. And he's like totally serious. I've only met him once, but I see him in his garage every night with his, with his what do you call it? It's like one of those technical drawing boards, like a draft board, and he's got all of his plans and his maps and he's got all of his tools.
Is your fucking next door neighbor as fucking deluded as you?
I've only met him once, man. I don't know. What is sanity, Branch? Are you saying?
Doing what
I'm
everyone
not trying to
else.
define sanity. I just know for sure that you're a retard.
Should we take that as a compliment?
You probably should, because like honestly, dude, I really don't fucking I don't like when I do say stupid shit like that. I usually say as a joke, and I don't express them further beyond that point. And I do apologize if we took it somewhat
Yeah, it's like
negatively.
people like me and Geo and a few others. We understand how your liver is really hurting.
Yeah, man, it really is hurting, bro. Can you help?
Branch, what about just replacing alcohol with weed?
Yeah.
No, you don't replace it. I mean, you can have alcohol and you can have weed, but just don't mix them together because you're gonna inevitably fuck up a
The
shit.
problem is this, yeah. The problem is this: if I start smoking weed, right, like I can't do that because, like, then look. I don't know if you guys realize this shit, but I'm a government shield, and like, if I can drink alcohol as a government shield, but I can't smoke weed because federally weed is fucking illegal, and therefore I cannot partake in illegal activities as the shield.
Yeah.
You find it hard believing in the globe this hard?
I think it's weighing on Branch. I really do.
Yeah, it
I'll
sounds
be
like
back.
he's sounds like
I'll
Nah,
he
be
man,
back
has.
in
I
5
actually do
minutes.
want to smoke weed, dude. Like, but
I'm just off for 5 minutes. See you soon.
well, I tell you what, man. I tell you what. Like, the reason I don't smoke weed because it fucks my head, dude. I just don't like it.
Does it give you ideas like the Earth might be flat or something?
No, it's not even that, dude. It's like, um, it's just for some people, smoking weed is not a good thing, and I'm one of those people that it's not a good thing to smoke weed. Like like the like when I used to smoke weed, I used to get fucking fights. I used to fuck people up. And I got into fucking major fucking like
You
illegal
got to
fucking
fights
shit.
while smoking weed? Are you
I
sure that
s
was weed you were
Yeah,
smoking, bro?
and
It's hilarious.
I'm pretty sure it was all fucking due to smoking weed. And when I start smoking weed, I start becoming a very fucking just normal person, and that's why I just drink alcohol now.
I think you just need a big hug,
No,
Branch.
don't get it twisted, bro. Just drink alcohol and shit.
I think you need a big hug.
I got into fucking areas of fucking like making major fucking moolah and shit. You know what I mean? Like literally making like fucking major moolah more than any of you fucking cunts can even comprehend, right? But yeah, there's this whole fucking deal of like, don't want to do that or don't want to do this. I know what the fuck goes on in my head. There's part of me still that I do enjoy it, the whole fucking smoking marijuana part of life. But I make a lot more money when I'm not doing that.
Do you think there's an afterlife, Branch? Ooh, Chronic just posted there's a launch. Oh, they're launching. They're going to space and they're taking everyone's imagination with them. The web. It is too funny that they're just faking all of this.
Yeah. That's about my afterlife, yeah? You think there's a pre-life? My bad, Gio. You may not fucking heard what I said. Did you hear what I said?
Something about a pre-life?
Right, you asked me about an afterlife. Do you think there's a pre-life?
Yeah.
What's the difference in your mind between a pre and an afterlife?
They're the same place.
Why do you ask
Spirit
me?
world.
Okay. Which one do you think I remember easier?
Well, they're both accessible.
I think you're wrong, bro. I don't think either is accessible.
If there's a heaven or spirit world in your mind, where is that in the globe Earth model? Like, is it up or down, or is it where is it?
So what you asking me where do you think the spiritual world is?
Yeah, if you believe the Earth is a globe, where is the spirit world?
I mean, where do you think God lives?
In the upper world above us?
So there is do you think there's actually a physical place where God lives above us that we can actually even
Above the
us as
firmament,
people can comprehend as a physical place?
above the dome. Yep, the seat of God, the Most High.
And
Because
he's
you
just
keep
sitting
going
up
up.
there, is he? So
Yeah,
on a
'cause he's the
fucking sit on
most high.
lower sleeves. Like motherfucker, the way that
Most
fucking these
high.
cunts look at fucking
The
who is it?
most high,
Fucking
above the stars,
yeah,
beyond the stars,
yeah.
on
I
top
get
of
that. A
them.
lot of fucking Hindus do that shit. Yeah, they look at fucking like Vishnu and shit, or look at fucking these cunts like sing on top of fucking like fucking like nah, bro. I think that you're all fucking twisted in your fucking mind, bro. God does not fucking exist in a place that you cannot even comprehend in your fucking mind.
I
I'll
don't
be
know.
back soon.
There's a reason they call him the
Okay.
most high.
No, it's not. You hear that? They want McDonald's.
Look, man, I'll tell you this, yeah, where God fucking lives, it's a place outside of time. He doesn't fucking live in, he doesn't see time like we see
Where do
time.
you get time from?
So for you to fucking think that God
Where
has
do
a
you get time
place,
from?
I
Where do
mean,
you get time from?
I,
You get them from the stars and the suns and the planets. So if he's outside of that, he's outside of time. Boom!
That's a good song.
There ain't no time without the heavenly bodies, and if he's outside and on top of that, then he doesn't experience time.
Up how every religion has to in some way separate the divine power or whatever they believe in from themselves.
I mean, I will say this though, yeah, like fucking if you consider the Christian religion, it does consider who the fuck Christ is. It talks a lot about that. It doesn't really talk about who his fucking daddy is.
Yeah, it does in the Old Testament.
All right, so why don't you tell me who the fuck is Christ's daddy?
The Father. I mean, it says the Father or God, the Most High God. I mean, it's what it says. So
I mean, the way I see it is this, yeah. Look, we can
You watch Leak Project, Branch? The channel called Leak Project. You don't have to answer if you don't want it.
I was in the middle of fucking saying something, motherfucker.
Say it, bro.
All right, you didn't need to fucking disrupt me. What I was trying to say is like, if we consider what the fuck we know today, right? And we consider that we know shit, you know, in a linear perspective of time, right? You got to understand some shit. Our fucking God doesn't see time the way we see time. He sees everything we have done, will be doing, or had done in the past in an instant.
Yeah, that's where I think you know the idea has been misconstrued because you know, seeing like with God's eyes, it's probably more. I would say it's being recorded. It's, you know, every action, every move, every nanosecond is being recorded, and it's been written down in the Akashic records or in the records or in the ether, or just somehow it's being just
Really?
like water.
Is that what you think? Is
Water.
that what you think? Is that what you think?
Yeah, it's like water.
Why do you think? Why do you think? What you think is the right way to fucking be thinking about shit?
Because the way I came to that sort of summarization because of all of the different religions, and they kind of all have like the same end goal, but they have different ways of viewing it and explaining it, and it's like If you just took all those religions away, and then just looked on a spiritual level, it can be explained that there is some type of a divine force or a divine energy. It doesn't need to be,
Right.
this oligarch.
Right. If there is a divine force and divine energy, then that motherfucker must live outside of time, which basically means that he not only sees what we do today, he sees what we've done forever. He sees his perception of time is our perception of fucking length. Like basically, what I mean by that is like when he considers what we've done throughout our entire lives, right? He sees that in his mind as a singular point, right? This motherfucker lives in a sense of fucking area where it's like side of time, motherfucker, and it's so hard for us to comprehend what it means. It basically means that anything you can and will have fucking done, he's perceived that. It doesn't even mean you don't have fucking free will, because any choice you could have done and made, he perceives the outcome of the outcome of that choice. You know what I mean? He sees multiple fucking realizations of reality and shit. And like any choice you could have made, he can see the outcome of that. Like he doesn't just see one reality, he sees multiple realities.
Branch. Merry Christmas, dude. Merry Christmas, dude. Branch, are you still mad at me, dude? Come on.
Who's this talking?
Exactly, dude. It's nobody. It's just a guy wishing you a Merry Christmas.
No,
That's
bro,
all.
I'm not mad at you. Why would I be mad at you?
I don't know. Well, you weren't answering me.
Time is
And Merry-
just a concept.
Merry
Time
Christmas,
is only a
Basil.
concept. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas, Gio.
Is it Christmas now?
I'm not really sure,
Very
to be
Christmas.
honest.
In America, I think we still got a little bit until fucking we get 12.
I haven't had a phone for like 2 days because the idiot store or the iPhone store fucked my phone up. And I just got it back. So not having a phone in 2021 is pretty lame.
Oh God, no
It's
phone.
really not though, dude. Like, that's not that lame, bro. Like,
Dude, you try to call somebody without a phone and see how well you do. That's what I'm talking about.
You could do all the shit you want off of your laptop. You don't need a cell phone.
I look, basically, guys, Christmas came early for me. I've been trying to convince certain family members. One family member that means a lot to me, my father. Numpty Toad, I'm sorry. Numpty, what's up, dude? Did you have something you needed to say?
Yes, all navigation happens on a flat map. All right, continue, Platypus.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for that. We needed that. That was crucial to the story. So I've been trying to convince my father since this COVID thing started. I mean, zombie apocalypse. That it's fake and not
It
real.
is. Yeah,
I know.
no,
I've been trying to convince him. I've been trying to convince him for a while, and I don't know what kind of Christmas miracle this is, but basically, he's supposed to get on a plane today to visit some relatives, and last night he got sick. We were sitting at the TV, and all of a sudden, he got like the shivers and the shakes and like flu-like symptoms. His like face got all pale. And I was like, "Oh, I know what to do. Just hook you up with some hot water. Gonna get you a hot shower. You know, going put him in bed." But he woke up today feeling 100% better, 100% fine, and went to go get a test to see if he has the zombie apocalypse disease. And he comes back and he has the zombie apocalypse disease. Meanwhile, I, unmasked, unvaxxed, have been taking care of him hand and foot this entire time, completely unfazed by the fake and gay disease. And he just has this moment where it clicks in his mind, where he's like, I'm vaccinated twice, but I still got it.
That's the side effects that he got. That's why.
Dude, no, he got the vax a long ass time ago, dude. I just watched barriers get broken barriers that I couldn't even scratch on my own. It just took a life experience, and I don't know. It was very hopeful, very, very hopeful. Maybe COVID is the answer, dude. Everybody just needs to get it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of like seizure, heart attack, cancer, adverse reactions, and people know about this. Like people have seen their parents die, and they'll be like, "We know it's because of the thing, right?" And they'll be like, "Oh, we're not going to report it." People are beginning to kind of slowly lose faith in the entire medical system because it's like this is such a big fraud.
I agree. I completely agree. I think we're breaking the conditioning. Or
Yeah,
it's
I don't
just
know, like
breaking on its own.
I think like a lot of how do they say, like for the 5 and 11-year-old stuff, and soon they want to bring it to the 6 month and 5 years to 6 months old or something like that. They want to even bring it down to 6-month-year-old and stuff, and like they reject like a 6-year-old child from school if they don't have it. I think like at this point, it might the like moms and dads and shit might actually be like, like I got it, but like from the beginning they're telling us it doesn't affect kids, and then now fucking our neighbor Tommy had a heart attack at like 12 years old. Like I don't know, I don't see how people are gonna be like, especially with the kids, all the people I know, even the people who got their medicine and stuff, like even they are like, bro, well, why isn't this shit over? Why aren't we done with lockdowns? People are like getting pissed and stuff. So I feel like, yeah, maybe we are gonna come out of it. Although I feel like they're gonna have some sort of main event to snap everyone back into conditioning, some sort of bullshit soon.
They'll try, but I don't know, man. I just saw somebody that's like, oh man, like the saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I just saw an old dog realize that it was tricked. Like my dad is like typical boomer. And that shit just got, I don't know, man. His whole perspective, his whole paradigm just shifted. It was freaking amazing.
I think it happened with their generation mostly, right? They're the ones.
Oh yeah, because they landed on the moon. That's why.
Because their parents, all their fathers basically went to war and died in World War II. So you had like a fucking dadless generation, but everyone was rich and had televisions. So they had money, they had a comfortable life, they had a television teaching them shit, but they didn't have a dad teaching them shit. So that's why we're in the fucking predicament we're in now. Basically, is how I look at it.
Oh, yeah, you're not far off.
So the shift with your dad, like, what is it? Because that he got the little sickness and then was tested and then realized that you didn't get it, or like, what was the thing?
He just literally thinks that if you're vaccinated, it means you're immune and that you can't get it. And these like news reports are like, the news is because he's like a diehard like Trumper, so he knows that the media is bad and that they are lying to him, but he also really trusts doctors. And he doesn't have doctors and the media in the same category. So it's just, yeah, like this barrier has just been broken where he's like, oh, like I was like, so are you going to sign up for a booster? He's like, fuck no, why the fuck would I get a booster? This fucking test just says I have COVID-19 and I can't fucking get on a plane. And I was like, no, that's the beauty. You can still get on a plane and you should. And he's going to. I'm going to take him to the airport in a couple hours. Put that... You know what I'm saying? Like,
good luck with getting on that plane.
They're not, dude. It's not an international flight. It's domestic. He's not gonna need to show a test to anybody. Are they doing testing at the border crossings with vehicles? No, they're not gonna do it with planes.
Yeah,
I don't think they are.
I don't really know the rules. All I know is that all of them are bullshit. To be
Exactly,
honest.
dude. The rules aren't
like, I don't really
real.
even pay attention. I just know that everything that they've been telling us is fucking bullshit. So like,
Yeah,
I don't
like
even pay attention
like
anymore.
what about before testing, man? All they were doing is pointing a laser at your forehead. I mean, look at the way that it's evolved.
Yeah, that whole laser to the forehead reminds me of in Costco, where they kind of scan your barcode with one of those laser guns. That's what it just seems like a big mark of the beast trial type. Like what? You can't go anywhere without your mask. Take the S out and replace it with an R. You can't go anywhere without your mark. You know,
Well,
it just seems
they don't do the laser tests anymore, right? If that was so useful, I mean, viruses have been around for a fuck of a long time. The coronaviruses, right? Because like the common flu is a coronavirus, so they know all about it. They should know all about it, right? And then so if that's the case, they knew what they were doing with these lasers, and now they just don't do it anymore. It's like, okay, we just have to rely on tests. I mean,
it's just
hang
part
on,
of,
eh?
it's just part of the conditioning. Like, oh, you cannot enter, buy or sell without getting a laser test. Even though we all know the laser test is silly. Even though we all know if there was a real virus, it would go through your mask.
Dude,
Like,
if you've got a temperature though, one of those temperature things will pick it up. I just think my only problem with the temperature thing is them pointing it at my forehead. I always just have them do my wrist. Like, my whole body's gonna be
But
hot.
they don't do it any. Do they still do that where you are?
They were. Dude, I haven't been in a store in a really long time. Well, I almost got kicked out of the Verizon store yesterday because I didn't have a mask on. This guy got all uppity with me.
Like, these people, these mask people need to shut the fuck up. Like, really, like, you really think if there was a microscopic particle that self-replicated in cells, that fucking particle wouldn't go through the fucking cotton? Bro, I can smell your smelly ass fart from fucking 20 meters away.
But that's
And it
the
goes through
thing.
your fucking shorts.
It's
It goes
a
through
it's
your
a
fart
it's a
goes through your
herd
shorts.
mentality. You're fighting something that is so beyond logic. Logic, you can't take logic. These people are illogically afraid.
It's a
Have you
cult.
ever? Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, but have you ever tried to like calm down a scared animal?
It's not kind of. It's a full-on cult. They're acting in full-on cult mentality, which is like the most scariest part. I feel like honestly, I feel like whoever got these fucking jobs are like at risk of dying at any moment around me. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like nervous whenever I'm around. Like, is this fucker gonna die of a heart attack all of a sudden?
Well, that's why I was actually really a little bit worried yesterday because I was like, oh damn, did the vaccine like jack my dad up? But no, dude. I honestly, have you ever seen that movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
I haven't, but I've heard a lot of people talk about it recently.
It's an old one. They think they made a remake with Nicole Kidman. No, they definitely did. It was kind of like getting your loved one back from the body snatchers. I don't know. I'm filled with a very positive energy right now that I haven't felt in a long time.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, dude, I got my dad out of this stupid ass cult. Sick. Christmas saved.
I've seen a lot of weird shit though. I don't know how good the sources are, but basically, like, the reason they need multiple of these medicines is that they're trying to like put some sort of like graphene layer around your nerve cells or some shit like that, and your body can't take too much at once. That's why you need to do it in like multiple sets of boosters or something. And I was like, I don't know, man. Some of these theories just go way too far out. It's like, I don't like what? What? Some of it I can see like in stores where they're like putting up like you have to scan your face to get your food now and stuff, and it's all locked behind a box that's all automatically controlled, and you can't get it unless you scan it and stuff. It's like, so that's the thing is like some of these theories are pretty far out there, but others are like that's for sure gonna happen. You know, like we're for sure just gonna go scan our face. All the food's gonna be locked in the back. You can't access it without your biometric ID bullshit. But like some of the shit is just like some of the theories. I think they put shills out there to kind of throw the scent off. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm gonna go look to see what's actually happening outside of Google. First thing.
Well, yeah. If you know that this is all fake, then you know that this is a huge information campaign. It's a war of information. It's a war of lies. So the only real power that they have is the ability to deceive you. And if you are impervious to that, I mean, you're good. You're fine.
Yeah.
Gio,
are you there? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Basil.
Right? Before 2020, right? There were there's two types of people: the ones that have discernment and don't trust fucking everything that comes out of the idiot box, And then there are those that just fucking go along with the show and believe everything that they're told. And then 2020 came along, and now you can actually see how many of them that there are. And it's quite disappointing, to say the least. You know, you can physically see how many there are.
That's true, but there's a silver lining to that, in that all humans retain their ability to redeem themselves. People have the ability to wake up from this, and somebody woke up from it today. Chalk another one down, another win for the good guys. You know, I don't think getting the jab is like the be all end all for your humanity. Like, I don't think that makes you a bad person. It means that you were afraid, or it means that you were coerced. You know, and everybody has been one of those or both of those things at one point in their life.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's totally, fully, like 100% psychological, whatever the effects that you get from getting that jab. And I wouldn't, like, if you had the jabs, like 1, 2, 3, 4, you could probably go and have some type of a placebo effect and get it purged from your system with all sorts of remedies that would, you know, satisfy yourself. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's not physical at all. It's all in your mind. Meaning the poison that they're telling you about. It's just all in your mind. It's total mind control. It's mass hypnosis.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say though that there are some documentable negative effects to this mystery jab, but
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
wouldn't say placebo. I'd say we're going through what is called a mass psychosis. Basically, is where the entire population goes mad for a little bit because they're not willing to let go of their like their news media and their like foundations and institutions and stuff that give us all our information. They're clinging so heavily to that it's actually driving them mad, and like now they can tell you some dumbass shit basically because they've gotten you so far outside of reality. You know what I mean? It's like double-minded bullshit. It seems like a whole mass psychosis, and it's like kind of driving us people who see it a little crazy because we're like, wow, the whole world is in this vaccine cult bullshit, and we all have to fucking like basically watch these people go out and trust an untrustworthy organization with their life. And it's like kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like, I wouldn't say traumatizing, I don't have another word for it really, but like it's just kind of, yeah, it's kind of traumatizing to see everyone go and do whatever the fucking television tells them to, up into a point where they're giving their basically sacrificing their lives. They're basically letting another organization put something in their body that they have no idea what it is. It's insane to me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is traumatizing. You're right. But you just push through it. You're just like, yeah, well, you know, collect yourself, gather yourself, take some deep breaths, and just keep going.
That's about all we can do at this moment. I mean, other than maybe something more dramatic, but
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of. Oh, go ahead.
I would say, okay, I'll just make it quick. I would say the problem is that these people that are kind of like orchestrating this are using the fucking idiots with cognitive dissonance as a shield, basically. Like, we can't actually go after the people that are committing this mass crime because they're protected by the people that they're committing the crime on. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, wow, like, what the fuck, you know? Like,
yeah, like they've built an army of their Stockholm syndrome. What's
Victims?
Yeah, victims. I just couldn't think of that word. Yeah, like of their Stockholm syndrome victims, they're creating like you said, like a shield or almost like an army of them to support their continued agenda. But the question is, do they really have enough of them at the end? In the end, to really keep pulling off what they want to keep pulling off. I mean, yeah, they're still doing it now, but will they shoot themselves in the foot, or have they already shot themselves in the foot?
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people who don't even like. Here's the thing that's kind of demoralizing is like, you could tell someone like, "Hey, bro, like this pandemic is bullshit. These jobs are probably bad for you," and they'll literally be like, "Yeah, you're probably right, but like, I want to go hang out with my friends at the bar, so I'm gonna get it anyway." And it's kind of just like, wow, you even agreed with me, and you're still gonna go do this shit. You know what I mean? It's like those because I ran a lot of people like that recently, and it's just like, wow, that's very like you don't even value your own life. So what, you know what I mean? Like, what are you really fighting for at this point? Like, what? It's kind of like disheartening.
It's kind of like if you're on a diet and you want to stay away from junk food, but you drive past that McDonald's drive-through, or you're just about to get to it, and you, in the back of your mind, you're like, should I? Should I just one burger? Yeah, why not?
This is the first time this happened, but I've just gotten a pop-up on my phone that literally says, get certified if possible, C19 exposure, blah, blah, blah. They're wanting me to add some app or something. Wow.
Fuck that shit.
It says
Canadian government already admitted to tracking like 3 million phones or something like that. Is there even 3 million people? 33 million. Isn't that the whole population of Canada? I could be wrong, but they basically there was an article where and it was, dude, it was so funny when I saw the article. It was like a picture of a 5G tower, and the title of the article was like, Canadian government admits to tracking 33 million people in the pandemic, and I was just like, what the fuck, man? Like, what in the fuck?
Yeah, well, it's going to get even crazier if there's going to be like a big financial shift over where they change over to some digital currency. And then let's say you have $50,000 in a bank account. What if they're going to be like, all right, yeah, you can get 50,000 worth of the new digital currency as long as you have your jab and this and that. Otherwise you're screwed.
That's what I was thinking, is that basically if a bunch of if like a chain reaction happens where a bunch of banks and a bunch of companies start, because it's like the financial system, once one person goes bankrupt, it kind of chain reacts because they can't pay back their debts, and then the next person can't pay back their debts. So what I'm thinking is, what if there's some sort of like chain reaction, complete global like market collapse, right? And they can't so all these companies, all these banks, all these countries go bankrupt, and then they say like, okay, well, we have a new system here that basically it's not even a currency. It tracks all human bodies, all commodities, and basically like makes an allowance for every human body so that we can track how much carbon footprint each person has. We can track what exactly they're doing, all this. And basically all the countries can basically be like, okay, we'll sign on to this new like financial system, world system, but in exchange for signing on, you have to basically everyone has to get jabbed to get in or something like that, which I've heard a lot of people talk about. Because at the COP26 or whatever, who's that British fuck, Boris or whatever, or maybe it was the Prince or something. I don't know which British fucker, but he's basically saying like, yes, we don't have, all the countries in the world don't have enough money to do this climate change like innovation that we need to do, but we do have someone who has more money than all the countries on earth that's willing to donate it to us or something. It's like, what the fuck did he just say, like in the COP itself? Like, holy shit.
Yeah, they're definitely working towards their New World Order, the Agenda 2030, all of it. I mean, it's funny because people have been saying this for years and people call them conspiracy theorists or whatever. But what happens when that now all starts becoming reality? Then what? Then we were actually just seeing the future, essentially, or knowing what was coming. Because, yeah, they're definitely rolling out a lot of factors that would completely fit what people have been saying for years.
Numpty, you were saying about how this kind of reminds you of the Mark of the Beast. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about I mean, I think there's a lot of wisdom. I think there is certain you're hot micing a bit. Okay, thank you. I think there is some, I guess, historical validity to the Bible and stuff. I'm not sure if it's all 100% true. Honestly, I couldn't really know that. It's for someone with faith to kind of determine. But I do think that these Freemason weirdos and Jesuits definitely try to like play into that narrative too. I'm honestly, for me, I don't really know if there was like a Jesus that walked around on Earth or not, and if he did those things or not. I mean, it'd be nice if he did, and if it was true, but like, I haven't seen evidence. You know, it's like the ball. I haven't really seen any evidence for it. Like, it sounds like a good theory, but like, it hasn't actually been proven to me. You know, but I do see this Mark of the Beast system coming into fruition, Christian or not. Like, it's pretty evident what they're trying to do. They're trying to track everything, make allowances for everyone, determine who gets what, like what basically worldwide communism.
For sure. Yeah, I was just curious.
I haven't heard that many people say that the jab is the mark of the beast, but I mean, have you heard a lot of people say that, Platypus? It seems like very likely it is.
Yeah, I've heard a bunch of people talk about it like it's the Mark of the Beast, and I don't agree with them. Just because it doesn't fit all the prerequisites. Like it needs to be in the forehead or the palm. It needs to have a number of the beast, which some people say is like the patent for the jab. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I see that there's a 666 there. That's pretty weird. But the buy or sell thing, we're not there yet. I mean, very well could be that you won't be able to buy or sell without the jab at some point, but yeah, we're not there.
No, well, that buy or sell thing, that's already happening. Like in New Zealand, if you don't have a vaccine passport, that's when you can't buy, you cannot purchase, you cannot sit down in a restaurant and spend your money. And the other way is the restaurant itself cannot sell it to you, cannot sell it because otherwise you get a $10,000 fine. So that is buy and sell. It's already here.
Yeah, I see how it is in some places. It's just not everywhere. And I also have kind of an alternative take on Christianity. I don't agree with a lot of other Christians, so I don't really identify with a lot of other Christians. But I just, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, like when it comes to this whole Bible and shit, I mean, honestly, for me, the part that kind of messes it up is like there's a lot of things that happen that don't seem to meet historicity, and there's a lot of things that like they say that these chosen people did that don't seem to like make chronological sense. And beyond that, it's just translations. Like, how do we know that this is the right translation?
I think the available texts that we have today are fairly accurate, but that we don't have all of the books, and we also don't have a complete picture of what words really meant back then. Like if you were to take somebody from 400 years ago that can read and write in English perfectly, and you showed them the sentence, somebody posted a picture on their Facebook. That person from 400 years ago reading that would not know what the fuck we were talking about. Like, what's a picture? What's a Facebook? Right? Posting, like, it's a weird verb. So there's a lot of things that I think people, they think they understand it because they read it in the Bible, but they don't really have a full understanding. We're only getting like a little piece of the picture.
And I think whatever wasn't necessarily translated accurately could have been, there's other things that could have been intentionally translated incorrectly to deceive. So, I mean, there's always that as well.
Exactly. There's actually a really good line in Revelation that has in my opinion, like a really unfortunate translation. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Also, like, the way that they determined which books are gonna be in the canon or not was some like ridiculous shit. It was like they put all the books underneath an altar, and then like all the priests left the room and then came back an hour later, and whichever books were on top of the altar were like the ones that were in the official canon. It was some fucking ridiculous shit where it's like some guy could have easily just went in and moved the books himself. Like, it's just, yeah, the whole thing. Plus, we know, like, that this Catholic Church descends from some sort of like Babylonian priesthood. So at the very least, we do know that the Catholic Church is fraudulent.
Well, yeah, it's the main religious organization that's been representing the Bible for like 1,000 years more. I mean, there's something to it because they have to gaslight everybody. They have to control any opposition, right? But here's that line from Revelations. It says, "And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived." So it's talking about all the nations at the end there, all the nations being deceived by sorceries. But the word that they used is the Greek word pharmakia, which means medication, like medicine. So they're really saying all the nations are going to be deceived by a medicine, which I find really spooky because that's exactly what's happening right now. I think the only nation that hasn't been deceived is North Korea.
Bro, this is the fucking, bro. If honestly, if this isn't the mark of the beast, then I don't know what is, because it fucking changes your DNA and they're literally making it so that you can't buy and sell without it. So, I mean,
well, there is a biblical explanation that I can explain to you what another Christian, many other Christians would agree to saying is that just like when the devil didn't know who Jesus was when he was born, and he had Herod try to go find him, and Herod killed a bunch of like babies and stuff. The devil doesn't know when Jesus is coming back, but the devil knows prophecy and scripture better than any human. So the devil knows exactly what the end of times is supposed to look like, as is partially described in Revelation. So the devil might try to create the atmosphere to trick everybody. It's all about tricking. The devil can't create anything on their own. He can just like replicate. But that's just what I think a typical moderately well-read Christian would explain. I'll agree with you. It definitely, this is not the mark of the beast. you know, I obviously don't have a very good imagination because I can't see how else. It's pretty spooky.
I honestly think it is, to be honest with you. Like, what if it's not? That's great, but like, wow, why? There's so many coincidences, and I don't know if you guys are into the numerology and shit, but there's like whole channels basically that just add up news articles on this vaccine and just equals 666. Like, so much shit that like beyond a coincidence. They're definitely making the news articles add up to this number for sure, like without a doubt.
Well, I'll tell you the main reason why I don't think it's the mark. And that's because part of that prophecy is that people who refuse the mark will be beheaded. They will be beheaded and they will be asked right before they get beheaded to renounce the name of Jesus Christ. At least that's what prophecy says. It says it in Revelation. You want to
What
read
I
it?
was thinking was some sort of like they come out finally and they're like, oh, my bad. It actually does kill everyone who gets it, but if you guys want to actually survive, we're gonna have this new fucking treatment nanobot that we put inside you, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it could even be like they come in with like this antitoxin or something, and that's the fucking mark too, is what I've been thinking. Like, all of a sudden on CNN announces like, well, announcing news, this fucking shit will kill you no matter what, and you can't have kids. So come get this new mark of the beast, and it'll cure you from what we already previously gave you. You know what I'm saying? And then like, I mean, just imagine if that happened, right? If someone came on the news and like, well, the conspiracy theorists were right. This shit is gonna kill you. You know what I mean? Like, everyone would fucking go mad. Like, all hell would break loose. Everyone would loot everything.
Yeah, I don't think they would ever do that. Like, because what would replace legacy media, legacy news? I mean, it would break the average Joe, the average NPC. I mean, people are already broken trying to do mental backflips, you know, about this whole situation. You know,
Have you heard about that? Have you heard about the new cure in China that they have for the cooties?
no.
So they put you on a drip, like in a hospital bed scenario with a drip, and it basically purges the cooties from your system. But then what some of the side effects that a lot of people are getting from this treatment, this cure, is they end up with a mark on their forehead, like a blemish on their forehead, and another blemish on the back of their hands, on their forehand.
Wait, do you have a link for this?
Yeah, please link
Do you have
that.
a link?
That's intense.
Can you show me this? I haven't.
Yeah, I'll have to look for it because I'm on my phone, but I was going through because I speak Chinese and stuff, and yeah, I'll try and find a link for it. Yeah.
See, that's really interesting because remember what I just said is that the people that I don't think this is the mark because people aren't getting beheaded and they aren't being persecuted. But now that you're saying that these people are getting some sort of mark from a treatment in China, I don't know if this is true, and maybe Basil, you can shed some light on this. But I've been told, and I'm inclined to believe, that the largest population of persecuted Christians exists in China.
Oh yeah, I've got a friend who's Christian in China, and she's like totally underground. You know, she has to, you know, be careful who she talks to and sort of speak in code. I mean, they do have churches in China, but at the same time, you know, they are segregated from the, you know, that there are some restrictions on stuff that they can say and do. But, like, do you remember when it first started, like 2020, and that the first patient I thought it was a doctor in China, and he actually turned black and that was the big scare. That was the first big scare in China. That this guy, all of his skin turned black when he got the cooties.
What the
fuck?
Yeah, you don't
Uh,
remember that? Oh,
I
okay.
had
Like-
never heard of that. That's a crazy story.
Like some frostbite type looking skin.
Like black, like purple black, and it was on the Chinese media. That's when I first saw it, because I found out about the cooties and stuff before it hit the Western scene. Yeah. And that scared the shit out of everyone. It's like, I don't want to turn black. That's what they're worried about, you know. They're scared of black people. Like, I took a black friend of mine when I was living in China. I took him to get a massage and to a blind massage. All the what do you call them? Massage people. They're all blind, you know. And the lady that was doing the massage said, "You feel really different. You feel really, really strange." And she couldn't work it out. She could actually tell the color of it, like, from feeling my friend, that he was of color. But she'd never seen, you know, she doesn't know what a black person is. But apparently he felt different, you know.
That's pretty amazing. I've never heard that.
And in China, they've got like this, is it a myth or I don't know, but they've got this saying that they've got an understanding that black people have blue blood. They actually believe it. That's what, like, my mother-in-law, she, until I, like, you know, drummed it into her and made her understand that it's just not true. But her whole life, she's nearly 70. Her whole life, she's thought that black people have blue blood.
Seriously?
Yeah, man. And that's a lot of old people in China probably still think that today. And then
Old
they had
people are
people
racist as hell.
when it came out. Oh, they're not racist. I haven't really experienced any racism in China. But they're just sometimes they're scared of the unknown. You know? It's fear. That's all it is.
Yeah. It's something looks different than you, and it's just different.
Yeah, like even when I first went to China, man, and I went to Lanzhou in the middle of Gansu province, fucking on the way to Tibet that way, you know, and I had a tan, so all of my hairs on my arms were really standing out blonde, you know, and I have all the little kids coming up to me and pulling the hairs on my arms. Master, wow, what's this stuff on your arms? Yeah. I was like the only white guy in a city of 3 million people. And
That reminds me of how Joe Biden learned about the cockroaches.
What?
Joe
yeah.
Biden, he has this clip where he's like, and the little kids in the swimming pool, they like to come up to me and touch my legs. They pull on the
Yeah.
hairs on my legs. It's really fucking chilling, honestly. Can't
He was
believe that's
talking about the
president.
black kids that were amazed by his blonde hairs, how the blonde hair, like when it was wet, the hair would lay down, and then after it would dry, it would stand back up, and that's how he learned about cockroaches, and they used to sit on his lap, and I don't know, some other weird shit.
Yeah, it's literally this like word salad, like pedo ramblings of the U.S. Commander-in-Chief currently.
Isn't that such a funny joke? Like honestly, like, now that I look back on it, it's just clown jokes since Clinton onwards. Like what? We had Clinton, some guy who was having sex in the White House when he was supposed to be running like at that point, everyone should have realized, like, all right, we're not in reality anymore. The president doesn't actually control the United States. This is just acting. It's all fucking a show for like a bunch of retards to think that their vote counts, right? And even just with like, honestly, even who's that guy? Is it a guy before Nixon or after Nixon? What's his name?
Yo, I fault Clinton for a lot of things, but not for having sex. I mean, come on.
No, but I'm just.
You really think that that's what was going on? You really think that was a scandal? That there was something way weirder happening there?
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, basically from that point onward, we know that the president doesn't actually run the United States. He's just some sort of fucking actor puppet front. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, even with Trump too, it's like it's just such a like once you really think about it from like an outside perspective, it's such a fraudulent like lie that we have a popularity contest to then vote for a guy who runs everything. Like that's not how it doesn't happen that way. Like it's bullshit. Trump's an actor, Clinton's an actor, Obama's an
I
actor.
don't know, man, because that
Oh,
basically
shit.
happens in like all of life. You know, a lot of shit is just popularity contest. Like a lot of shit.
I mean, if you think any of these presidents got to the position they got to through an electoral system, I mean, you know, you're fooling yourself, man. Like this shit's been rigged. It is rigged. It's been shown to be rigged. It's all falsified.
Maybe.
Anybody under the impression that, you know, somebody voted in such is literally being fooled, man. Just the literally voting at this point is a consent to corruption.
Maybe. I mean, I do agree that there is some, you know, fraudulence, but such that the entire decision is, you know, already cast before, I mean, made before any vote is cast. I don't know about that. And, you know, that's a positive claim that has a burden of proof that I couldn't possibly substantiate.
I mean, I think that there's a, you know, a certain pool and a lottery gets drawn, and of that lottery it's all select individuals that, you know, are of the know. It's an inside group, man. Every single candidate.
Hey, I'm gonna go do some Christmas stuff, but you guys have a wonderful evening. I'll talk to y'all later.
Peace, man.
Yeah.
Later. I think that they're playing out prophecy, so the prophecy is there, and they're making it happen. It's like a playbook.
Yeah, I mean, we're all. I mean, definitely, it's the oligarchies are following an agenda.
And in my mind, it seems pretty obvious that all these politicians are just actors. Like it's just unrealistic that they would have any say in anything.
Like that Biden motherfucker. I mean, who really would trust him to be a leader of fucking a manager in McDonald's, man? I wouldn't trust him as the manager of McDonald's.
No way, man. He's exhibiting dementia, you know, throughout his whole campaign. I mean,
even before that, just like he's not the guy that I would want in charge of my people. He doesn't have leadership skills. Zero leadership skills. You know, he's not well spoken, and he has warped ideas. He doesn't have anything positive to, you know, to suggest to, you know, bring to the. He doesn't have anything to offer, basically. I mean, can you think of one good thing about him? Just one.
Yeah, I can actually. He makes a perfect scapegoat.
There you go. I mean, and logically, I mean, how did he get there? If you had a whole country of critical thinkers, and there was a panel of people who are going for the top job, you'd think that you'd have a little bit more competition than that, you know?
And the fact he's our president tells me something's, you know, some sort of imminent collapse is coming, most likely financial, economic type. And, you know,
Well,
they're trying to
China
create as
already.
many. They're trying to create as many scenarios that they can point their finger to without ever, taking responsibility. So this is just one more tactic of approach.
Yeah,
What?
like they already knew,
What was the?
knew
You go.
they already knew that they were gonna print out all of this money beforehand, so they needed a coronavirus to give them the fucking excuse to print it all out. They already know all that's gonna happen. They already know what's gonna fucking happen, right? And they knew that they were gonna have to print this much money out. They know that they want to bring us on this one world tracking currency, mark of the beast. Can't go to fucking 7-Eleven and get a fucking Gatorade if you don't have a vaccine. But they already knew all this shit beforehand. And all this COVID shit is just a distraction for them to slip in their fucking plan.
It's a
Yeah.
takeover.
Well, it's. I mean, the whole financial system was designed to inevitably crash, right? And what better way than to create, set scenarios to kind of help relieve the responsibility of the people that ultimately could have prevented it.
It's a Trojan
So,
horse. That's what it is.
yeah, exactly.
Well, does anyone know the country that China recently banned from doing any trade with China? Is it?
Oh, what is it?
Was it like Ukraine or Denmark? It was some small European
Yeah,
country.
I know Ukraine. I know this Iran, Israel, North Korea, South Korea, and Ukraine Russia thing. These are three like points where they could easily just say like, oh, they went to war and America and NATO's has like a peace treaty with them, so we need to start a new world war, like it's just they already have they already have Israel and Iran set up, they already have Russia, Ukraine set up, and they already have North Korea set up to start these World War III that they can set it off whenever they want.
There was a soothsayer, a black African soothsayer dressed in the royal garb, back in the 70s, around about 1970, and he had prophecies. Part of his prophecy was, he said, 50 years from now, which is, we've already passed that mark from 1970. He said the Commonwealth will split up. There will be no more Commonwealth. And America, Russia, Japan, and China are going to be the main players in the war. I forgot, and France as well. I forgot what he said about who takes on which side, but they're going to take sides. And in the same prophecy, he was talking about everyone will have a machine at home, like a microwave kind of looking sewing machine thing that you can just get your clothing from. So you won't have to go out to get your clothes anymore. It will be a super material which can imitate any type of material in any design and color. And you can just press it, press in what you want, and out comes your clothes.
Like
Well,
3D printed clothes.
I mean, you've got a lot of like pretty prolific predictors and stuff throughout time, but I think some of the most fascinating are some of the ancient cultures that have like remained resident throughout the time since long ago, kind of like the Hopi Indians. I don't know if you've ever heard of some of their predictions for the future, but there's a freestanding boulder in North America that's the largest freestanding boulder called Giant Rock, and it's kind of in a unique place out in the middle of this desert. And the makeup of this rock is different than any other surrounding rock, so how it got there is a mystery in itself. But nevertheless, these Indians, the Hopi tribe, predicted that this rock would break towards the end of the third world ending, because they said that the world's ended many times over, but the world's gonna end again. It's kind of like a repetitious thing. But they said that the rock would break, and depending on how the rock broke would determine the future of this event. And subsequently, the rock broke not long ago, and there's been some pretty interesting predictions made from that. You guys should check it out.
Yeah, I think I saw that on Leak Project. Was talking about that maybe about a year ago. And how did it like it broke, but it's still in one piece. It's still standing, both parts, right?
Yeah, it broke down the middle, so it's just like a complete fracture through the rock.
Right.
It's still semi intact, but the fracture is complete.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I've
heavy
been
shit.
to it, visited it. I've got pictures of me on it, and there's more to the story. There's actually a cave system underneath of it, and the story goes that there was a German Nazi that fled to America after World War II and was living under the rock, and the U.S. Army came in to remove him, and there was a struggle, and essentially, I think they accidentally it was an accident supposedly, but they probably
They
really
blew
did it.
him up. I remember they
Yeah,
blew. Yeah.
yeah,
They shut
yeah,
the door. They put the covering over the entrance and blew the fucking thing up.
yeah, exactly. So they've tried to keep it closed ever since, but they say it was just a small thing he dug out personally. But the interesting thing is every time it rains in that area, all of the water drains underneath that rock. So to the point where they got to keep constantly bringing a bulldozer in to fill in the pocket, the cavity there, because it just keeps emptying into this system, cavern system. So
Wow.
and there's actually some connections with Tesla, if you follow the story deep enough.
No, I didn't know there was a connection with Tesla.
Yeah, there's this structure nearby. It's this dome-shaped circular home, and I don't remember the whole story, but the guy that lived under that rock was friends with the guy that lived in that weird structure, and that guy was friends with Tesla. So I don't know, like the whole.
Yeah. That's like jogging a memory of something about magnetic. He was an inventor, wasn't he? And he had like some breakthrough technology in like anti-gravity or some shit.
Yeah, yep, some shit along these lines. Yes.
Yeah, they're always trying to cover up the good stuff, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
So that area is located. Oh God, what's the name of the area? It starts with an L. But nevertheless,
Lithuania?
no. But there's a military base nearby, and the military base is currently trying to like stretch out their property lines to include that area where Giant Rock resides, and there's all sorts of weird anomalies around there. Lots of petroglyphs. There's a fish that lives out there in the middle of the desert in the dirt, and every time it rains, these fish surface. I got videos. I've witnessed it myself. But it's a giant bombing base right there, and they're trying to include all that. So basically, they don't want you going there. Story short. But yeah, it's a very interesting area, man. There's like some you kind of get like a weird vibe when you're there near that rock. Kind of puts off like a weird vibe. I don't know how to explain it, but
It's kind of funny how like $100 billion went missing in this COVID relief fund for businesses, and yet they keep telling us that they can't afford to let people outside and out of lockdown because it'll overwhelm the hospitals. I'm pretty sure you could have built like a fucking 100 like. It's just so ridiculous, like the explanations for all this shit. Like, oh, we have to lock down because we don't overwhelm the hospitals. It's like, build another hospital, you fucking, like, you have billions of dollars of tax money at your disposal. Like, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, well, that's the excuse they come up with, because the people that have, realized in their brain that if there's two people in the rain, and one of them is me, and I put on a raincoat, my raincoat's not going to fucking protect that other person from getting wet, right? So that's just the logic. So
It will if you open it up and hug them.
to
Hug thy
oppose
neighbor.
that,
Love thy neighbor.
the only thing they can come down to is logistics, not logic. It's logistics.
I posted a picture of it there that I took of my buddy and his girlfriend in front of it, so you can kind of get an idea of the size of it.
Isn't that kind of funny, though? Like, if it's raining outside, the government doesn't lock you inside and say you can't leave or go shopping without a coat. You know what I mean? Like, the government doesn't say, like, oh, you don't have a coat, can't come in here, it's raining outside, you might get wet. It's like, what the, like, this whole, I don't know, it's just such an obvious, contrived, globalist, communist takeover bullshit. All the news lies. It's just such obvious bullshit. Like, I don't understand how it's not, like, I don't understand how they got away with this. Like, it's
Because it's a popularity contest. Like I told you, man. Everything's popularity. They have all the fucking bots because they've indoctrinated them to be on their side. They're all cheering them on and stuff.
If you look at the picture,
they have the population with them.
if you look at the picture and you look directly behind them, you can see some openings there, and those are
What
the
picture?
pockets there. In main chat. Did I post it in the wrong main chat? Fuck, I did, didn't I?
Yeah, I don't see it anywhere.
Oh, my bad, guys.
Live chat one.
Yeah, give me a minute.
You're good.
Apologize. All right, live stream text on.
No, and I'm thinking is like, what if they have some sort of, when they have their global economic collapse and like hack all of our power and turn the power off, and like no one has food. Then it's gonna be like, oh, if you don't have your vaccine, we're not gonna let you into Costco to get food. You know what I mean? Like,
Bro, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna turn the power off. That's their way of fucking brainwashing everyone. That's their way of like integrating and affecting people and stuff like that. They're not gonna turn the power off. That's what keeps them in the loop.
that's a good point, actually.
You turn the power off, people go back to how it was, being together, with around a fire and stuff like that, sitting together in the dark with a candle, and they don't want that.
That would actually fix all the problems, right?
Yeah. They want people to be separated, but, with this illusion that they're together online and shit, FaceTiming and stuff like that. They want them to be as separated as possible.
Metaverse bullshit on.
Exactly.
Well,
I could see a food shortage, though. Like a food shortage, and then everyone's starving, and then they have like, oh, we only have an allotted amount for each person. And then when you come to get it, like, oh, sorry, you don't have a digital ID. And it's like, oh, how do I get a digital ID so I can get some food? And they're like, you have to go get a vaccine, like.
Yeah. Or just like, have food a specific cost and then institute this universal basic income bullshit, right? And then, you have to, the only way you could get that is if you're kind of hooked into the grid, have the sort of the whatever card or the chip or whatever it is that, the vaccine card that showed that you got it, whatever it is that they require,
Yeah, because they already have Go ahead.
You guys ever been on Alibaba and check out like food additives and the ingredients for food? And it's mostly China is supplying the world with all of these ingredients, and you only have select importers that actually buy this stuff, and then they actually distribute it to the wholesalers, and then the wholesalers distribute it out to the manufacturers, and that goes down to the retailers. So all it is stop the trade with China, and you're not going to be eating much.
You mean the like processed shit?
Just like stuff like like thickeners, preservatives. What's that? It's the edible aluminium, that white powder that they put in food. It's a whole bunch of stuff that they need to be able to manufacture food that is shelf stable.
Yeah, that shit
And
ain't healthy.
it all comes from China, man. So I mean, then the price of like raw produce is just going to skyrocket because that's all that there's going to be left.
Right. And if you see like doctors, they're already saying like, oh, you can't go to the hospital if you don't have your jab. You can't go see your doctor if you don't have your jab. You can't even go. Some dentists don't even let. So like they're already prime the fucking retards, the well-educated retards with their PhDs or whatever to not, at least in the medical field, already accept people. So it's not, I don't even think it's that far of a stretch to not let people who are unvaccinated eat food. Like, oh yeah, starve them. They don't care about us. They didn't get the vaccine. Meanwhile, it's like, bro, the person who gave you this vaccine is a world banking cartel that has basically caused a bunch of wars and is now genociding you. And now instead of standing up to your own genocide, you're gonna go against the people who are trying to stand up. It's just such a good fucking plan. Like, if you think about it, it's such a good plan. Like,
It's
honestly, like,
diabolical.
it's such a good plan. Honestly, I don't even blame them at this point. It's just like, well, I mean, like, it's they covered all bases. They're just
No,
gonna
I'm with you,
slap-
man. It like hats off to them. They were able to, to kind of tap into that vicious cycle of, controlling the media and indoctrinating the people, and it repeats itself. The people then make the media, which is in propagandizing and indoctrinating the people, and goes back and forth, and they were able to take advantage of it, and it is, they're succeeding. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's like, why are people getting so angry at other people for not getting a medicine? Is beyond me. Like, yeah, we shouldn't give them medical treatment. They didn't get this medicine. It's like, bro, how is that relevant to me breaking my arm? Like, how is that even? It doesn't even make relevant. It's just dumb communist like literally what they do in communism, dumb bullshit, and everyone's just buying it. They're just eating it, man.
Yeah. The medical field is absolutely fucked.
Been so for like 100 years, yeah.
Speaking as someone from the medical field, it's a fucking clusterfuck, man.
No, trust me, I know a couple girls at my university that got into medical school, and I was like, wait, wait, you're gonna be a doctor? Like, okay, I'm not fucking using any hospitals I get like my parents used hospitals, I think, in their lifetime, but I guess my generation doesn't have that benefit anymore.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
There was this girl named Emily. She went to high school with her, right? And she was like the ditzy type, she wasn't studious. She was, just like the social type of, the popular girl type thing, right? But she wasn't too smart at all. And she's white, but she like claims she's, I guess 1/16th or something like that, Native American. So anyways, we're in university, and she gets into med school with like, I don't know, a very, below average, and she got into med school, and she's a doctor, and I don't know how it happened, because in school she was always kind of like, she never had the correct answer,
Bro, yeah, I know a girl named, well, I know two girls And I know these girls from like going to frat parties in my first year of university. Like that's how I know them. So I have them on Instagram and stuff, and they were always partying and stuff. And it was just like last year, or maybe it was a year and a half ago by now, but they're like both of them got into medical school, and they're both like taking selfies, like, oh, we're in medical school now and shit. It's like all you did the entire time in university was get drunk and fuck dudes. How are you a doctor? This doesn't even. What the fuck is this shit?
Well, a lot of these professors, man, are allowing these pretty girls to slide as long as they're willing to do such things.
As long as they're willing to slide up and down.
Exactly, bro.
that's
It's no
fine.
joke, dude.
As the masters, the girls that are trying to get their masters, bro. I even seen some sketchy shit like in one of my like, I think it was my last year of university, but it was just like I went to go office hours or something. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and then some girl was there, and it was like some weird shit. So I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't think office hours is worth it to be a witness to this today.
Yeah, a lot of these professors are suspect, bro. Like, I guarantee, like, a portion of the reason they took the job, dude, is just to be in a position to be able to have that authority.
I don't know about that.
You know what else I don't know if it was riding on eggshells or some other Brit, maybe it was Don, some British guy basically was telling me like, I think the problem is today, this is what he was saying, is that like people don't care about integrity or truth anymore. Like apparently he said like, say 150 years ago, if someone called you a liar, you would actually like be really angry about it and try to fight him over it. Nowadays, bro, it's like the fucking news itself is lying to us. So like, and now at this point, it doesn't even like, yeah, lie, this, lie, that, you know? It's not seen as really a bad thing. As apparently before, like your integrity or like word as a man used to be like the top shit or something.
Mhm.
I forget which British guy was. It was either Don or Eggshell. I know it was like a Glober that was telling me about it, and I was like, that's interesting, like thing.
Yeah. Word is bond. If you don't keep your word, you're not a man. You know, man without his word isn't a man. I live by that.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
true
and
shit right there, too, yeah. And even
basically
insults,
now there's
man, like, you know, like, even insults, people just kind of, like, let shit slide. Like, back in the day, if somebody insulted you or your wife or something, like, shit be going down. I think there was even a president that fucking, somebody called his wife a bitch or something, and he fucking shot him, dude. They dueled down and he shot him. I can't remember what president, but I know one of the presidents shot a man in a duel for insulting his wife. Killed him.
That's some real life shit, man.
People nowadays are just so desensitized, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, like when you see a bunch of like, I don't know, like, what's up, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, it's like fucking right away.
Yeah, they'll get offended if you take too much attention away from them, but, you know, insults and calling each other insults is kind of like a commonly accepted thing now.
You know what I heard is that old people used to be like, apparently the word Nick and like is an old word, some sort of old word for Satan. They used to call him like old Nick or something like that. And so like nicknames are like devil names or something. And so like apparently back in the day, if you gave someone a nickname or something, they would take like offense to it or some shit like that. I don't know. It's some like Christian shit where like Nick is supposed to be the devil. So when you're calling someone by a different name, it's like some sort of perversion or something.
Isn't
I
there
never heard
like,
that.
isn't there a movie with Adam Sandler? Like where he's like a little demon or something like that? Nick, like Saint Nick or something? No, not Saint
Oh,
Nick.
that's Nicky.
Huh?
His name's Nicky in the movie, and he's the son
Yeah.
of the devil.
There you go.
Right, yeah. So nicknames are supposed to be like devil names or something.
Yeah, that's the first I heard of that, but you know, that could be like a connection between what you're saying.
Have you guys seen this Transcend 2045 or whatever?
No.
Saying that, like 2045, they're gonna have like a brain computer interface or something. So basically, that's Neuralink, same shit basically. But basically, they're saying like they want to basically like download your brain into a chip so that you don't have to use your human body and cause carbon fucking waste. Like what a fucking like what a good like think about it. If there's some sort of data that you need to steal, the best data would be like other people's brains and like downloading them on a chip, I guess. But it's just so funny that carbon footprint, whatever fucking bullshit is always the excuse. Like, got corona? Must have been from climate change. Like, fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking bullshit.
You know what else is literal bullshit? Is how they tell us that cow farts or bullshit is the actual reason that the world would heat up. Like, even if there is such thing as a global warming, I know for a fact it's not because of a fucking cow farting. Like, that is such a funny joke that they played on us. Like, they're probably like
I was driving in a car the other day, and Ozzy Osbourne's song came on, and my two young kids, you know, they've never heard or me refer to his name, so I'm like, "This is Ozzy Osbourne," and they're like, "Okay," and I'm like, "Yeah, he's a real crazy guy." I'm like, one time in his younger days, he bit a bat's head off on stage. Like, I don't even know why the fuck I told him that. I think probably because my dad told me or some. They were just like tripping out. They kept asking me questions, and then my youngest is all, "Did he get coronavirus?" And I'm and I'm like, it didn't dawn on me. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, because he bit the bat's head, and like you get coronavirus from bats, and like I totally forgot about that whole bullshit they were trying to pawn off from the beginning. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, bat soup or whatever. Bat soup.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know. I was cracking up. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe we're letting that go. Like, they literally told us it came from the local indigenous people eating fucking bushmeat.
Honestly, I think it all kind of started with the 1969 moon landings. I think once they convinced the population, like it's kind of, I think it's kind of like once you like, it's like, how do you suspend your disbelief or something? Like when you read like a fictional narrative, you're supposed to suspend your disbelief and like whatever they tell you that's bullshit. Like they say like, oh, Yoda and lightsabers, you kind of like suspend disbelief and like, no, it's possible to just go along with the story. I think that's what they did in the news. Is once they fucking told us that we went on the moon with that clearly fake shit, I think at that point you suspend your disbelief, and now they can start bringing all kinds of bullshit to you on the news. Like it's been like a slow process. I feel like they do a lot of stories that don't even happen just to lie to your, like, you know what I mean? Like have some story about some shit and it's like that didn't even happen and there's no reason to lie about that, but they're just lying to lie. You know what I mean? Like
a lot of their stories are just like fucking gimmicky stories just to like sell the shit,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like it's come to a point where like if you're trying to find truth, the mainstream will tell you, oh, go to the academic institutions or go to the news to find out the truth. Then when you go those places, there's just a bunch of gimmicks. And so like you kind of get used to the gimmicks. So then when they say like, oh, there's a pandemic, you're already used to them telling you unrealistic bullshit and believing it. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
it's like
and a lot of them are like, they're like mini, and you'll see the Globers and like Gems do this too. They have like mini Hegelian stories to kind of just like prove their bullshit. So they'll be like, oh, and then when they were doing this, they encountered this issue, this problem, or whatever, and blah blah blah, and then they figured and they did that, and and now that's how we did it. It's just like they create the problem and then the solution, and they try to pawn it off as real when it's just really propaganda. It's just supposed to be this fucking shit that it's supposed to make it climactic just to sell it to you. It's bullshit.
Manufactured problems or
yeah.
I guess manufactured
But it's just like small
problem.
shit that they don't need to lie about, right? But the only reason they do it is to make it more believable, to relate to people, because
I
people
swear to
relate to like
God, man.
these issues and small problems and problem solving and stuff like that. It's just fucking ridiculous.
I swear to God, bro, they lie about some shit that's not even like. The other day they were showing I forget what it was, but like they were showing some story, and then they were showing like a clip, and it's like, bro, this clip, like, bro, it's honestly, when you watch it, it's just like, dude, this is like, and the numbers they give too, like, oh, this, like, 33 people got sick with coronavirus on every fucking state in America at the same day. It was gonna be 33 people. You know what I mean? It's just like, bro, this is such.
Yeah, you talking about like the clip where the news was all synced up between like 50 different stations and they were saying the exact same shit, huh?
No, there's a second one where it was like when the Delta wave came in, and it was like 33 people in Ohio or something, 33 people in New York, 33 people in Massachusetts. It was literally like 33 people have the Delta variant in every city. Like, it was just so, I was watching it and I was like, this is such contrived fucking bullshit that at this point I think they're making. Oh, it wouldn't be 33 people in every city having Delta on the same day when it comes out. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, I think they honestly, they make it kind of obvious.
I doubt it was, to be honest. I doubt it was 33 people in every city, because that would just be way too obvious, right? So sure, they probably did like 33 people in 33 different cities or something like that. Who knows? But I doubt it was across the board, because it would just be...
I don't know if it was across the board, but it was like, it was a clip, and it was all from the same day, and they were all reporting 33 new cases or something like that of the Delta or something, and I was just like, dude, like, really? But they do shit, bro. They do this, like, they honestly, they put out some stories that are like so obviously like, it's just like, it's kind of insulting, honestly, at this point. It's like, you really think I believe that? Like, you really
Exactly.
you really think I believe that?
They try to
shit?
pull the wool over your eyes, right? And it's like, you can't fool me. What the fuck?
I'm
It is
pretty sure,
insulting.
like, I'm pretty sure a component of the police are also like in on it. Like, I know the news is definitely in on it. I know the government, like, politicians are in on it. And I know, like, the bankers, the high finance guys are in on it. But I'm pretty sure there's even like, they even have like the chief of police in most states in on this fucking joke and shit. Like,
Every
I'm
chief
fairly
of police
What
goes
makes
to
you say that?
Israel. They all go to Israel to get training, man. Every single one of them.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they get military training, bro.
Yeah, no, because I know there's something sus, because like, I saw them setting up like they were literally like setting the motorcycle on the floor and then putting like caution tape around the scene. Like, I was driving by in an Uber, like, this was in Vancouver, Canada. They were setting up a crime scene, and then I literally seen it on the news that night, like, oh, someone hit a motorcycle, like a cop on a motorcycle. When I saw them tipping, they were putting it on its side. Like, I saw it. I was like, oh, why would you even need to lie about that? Why would you need to set up caution tape and tilt a bike on its side to then make a fucking news story about someone hitting a cop on a bike? When I was driving by and I saw them tipping the bike over themselves, and then I seen it on the news that night.
That's
and I was
fucked.
like, this is fucking like, it's not even like a good lie too. Like, why would you need to lie about that? You know what I mean? It's just like, it just kind of fucks with your mind. Like, why would you do that? Like, why? You're supposed to be taking our tax dollars to protect us, and then you're making fake.
What did they say? They
stories.
said someone hit a cop on a bike and
Okay,
both
so
people died, or what was the kind of like the result?
Okay, so while I was just driving by in the Uber, I see someone, like, two cops tipping over one of those big, like, those cop motorcycles, like, placing it gently on its side in the middle of like an intersection, and then a bunch of other cops putting like caution tape around it. And then, like, I don't know, I went and did my shit, and then I was at one of my friends' houses or something, and then, like, the news was on, and it was showing, like, the frame was literally the caution tape in front and the bike over on its side, and it was like something like hit and run on cop motorcycle or something, and I was like, wait, I was just there. that didn't.
Yeah, no.
fucking
My question
happen.
was, did they say the person that supposedly hit the cop was dead, or what? Like, was the result that they were saying happened from this
I can't
accident?
remember. I think they said it was a hit and run. Like someone hit the cop or on the motorcycle and then just drove off. But I literally saw them. Like I literally saw multiple cops, 2 cops, and there was others in the back, putting the motorcycle on its side. You know what I mean? And putting the
Yeah,
like.
but the benefit, for just a hit and run, I don't see why they would do that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I like. Why would they fucking that? That's my point. That's my case. That's
Yeah.
my point. Why are they like I would like I bro you like when I got to my friend's place and I seen that I was just like, wait a minute, like like it just fucks with your brain. You know what I mean? It just I don't know what it is. Like why they do this shit. Maybe it's some sort of like.
Maybe
I feel
it's
like
like,
it's some sort of.
to set up some sort of legislation down the line. We've had hit and runs in this intersection. We need to do this or that or whatever.
Now. Yeah, we need surveillance.
Yeah, something like that.
I feel like they also have some sort of like, when you go to a gang, they're like, oh, you have to kill someone to get in. I bet you there's some sort of like gang mentality with these fraudsters where they're like, oh, to get into like the top policeman, like the chief and his like cronies, have to like fake some sort of news story or something. Maybe that's what I was thinking. Like, or maybe they just do it for shit. It's like, yeah, I don't know, we can literally make a fake news story. Might as well. Yeah, fucking I don't have a story tonight. Let's make one for them. Like, honestly, I don't know why they do it or what the point is. It's just, I just know that the fucking police are in on it with the news and propagating these lies to us.
Yeah.
At least the Canadian police, I don't really know. I'm sure the U.S. police are worse.
Bro, the media has been taken over since the 50s. And yeah, media is all bad, bro. It's all Zionist takeover, man.
Yeah, I was looking into this. Apparently, like even in the Civil War, there was heavy, like Jesuit, Masonic, like fuckery going on in the Civil War in America, and like all the generals were like Freemasons, and the South was like something called like the Knights of the Golden Circle, and they were like basically like an offshoot of the Freemasons, specifically made to start a civil war in America or something. It's just all kinds of shit, and it's just like, how long have we been fucked with basically throughout history?
Yeah, I'm just going into the gas station to buy a packet of rolling tobacco. When I get back, you better have evidence for the globe.
Evidence. Yeah, NASA.
The evidence for
photos-
the globe will be you getting back, because
Yeah.
you're using navigation and roads that were, only done with globe math and with the heliocentric model in mind, and everything you do is proof of the globe, whether you know it or not.
It's kind of funny because like even the ancients knew exactly like where the sun went and how it went to and fro, with all the different seasons and stuff. So it's like, if you think about it, if an organization really wanted to backwards engineer the position of the stars and sun onto like a globe model, they would have at least 1,500 years to do it, at the very least,
So what'd you say? I wasn't paying attention.
I was just saying, like, we've known about how the stars and moon and sun moves in the sky for thousands of years, right? So
Yeah.
if there was an organization that decided, like, it would be nice if we circle around the sun instead of the sun circling around us. I'd have thousands of years up until this date to basically, like, how do I say, backwards engineer it? Thousands of years. When did, like, or at the very least 500 years, right? Like, hundreds
That's
of
basically
years.
what they did. That's basically what they did. They used because the empirical observations that we make looking up at the night sky and looking at these celestial events and stuff. That's all. You can't argue that, right? The effects are the same. Those observations are the same. The only thing they did was they just applied all those observations to, like, you know, a Earth that's now rotating around the sun, and, you know, they just basically used all the same data points. So when they say, like, the globe model is different from the flat Earth model, that's not true. You know, they took the flat Earth kind of, all these civilizations that had this flat Earth conception and had, you know, like the ceiling above and the Earth below or whatever, and all of these different data points of observations, and they just applied it to their model, which is that the sun is stationary and the Earth is going around that, you know, and that's where they came up with their orbits and stuff like that. In the end, it's just like a personal, not even personal, it's like a propagandized decision as to whether you're going to believe that the Earth is motionless as we, you know, as our senses tell us, or that it's going around the sun. You know, why not? Why doesn't it go around the moon? What makes the sun special?
Because they're materialists, right? And this I mean, just the fairy tale of the sun spiraling through the universe in emptiness, and all of the motions that the planets and everything about it is just based on materialism, as in particles.
Yeah, and then they say, like, oh, the orbit of the planets is, like, really symmetrical and, like, you know, perfect elliptical orbits if it's going around the sun. But the only reason they say that, the only way they could say that, is if they make up the distances and the sizes of these planets and of the sun, you know? Because they don't have anyone on the sun fucking seeing, like, having all of this huge database of empirical evidence that we have with seeing the celestial observations on Earth, right? So they just make the shit up so that it's gonna be perfectly elliptical from the sun. They don't know, you know? Like, there's no fucking, you know, evidence to actually support that. It's just their claim based off of their fake distances and fake sizes that have never been directly measured, or, you know, they've never sent a so-called probe or something like that to actually tell that these are true. It's all just fucking bullshit.
Anyone heard about the precession of the equinox? When Isaac Newton basically incorporated in his model, he based it off of the dodecahedron or off something. There was some guy in the other chat at QE's server, some German guy, and he was showing me all this weird numerology shit, and I was like, damn, that's weird.
Sounds like Flirt.
Yeah, I think it might be him. Yeah, he was like basically showing like that the whole way that this Isaac Newton character like basically came up with this whole theory is off of like some fucking bullshit, some previous bullshit that has nothing to do with space, and he just like kind of like just made up all the measurements off of the dodecahedron's dimensions and stuff, and then like I don't really understand. I wish I fucking wrote down some of the shit he was saying. I wish I understood it fully, but it was just like, wow, like this is a pretty compelling case.
Yeah, speaking like numerology and like these, I don't know how much kind of faith I put into numerology, but definitely like sacred geometry is a thing, and you only need to look as far as the planets to see, you know, the paths of the planets to appreciate the sacred geometry. you have some crazy patterns that they make in terms of the planet's just full path. It's they're crazy designs, man.
Yeah, they're called the Mendelbrot set. You ever seen that shit?
No.
Are you kidding me, man?
I mean, if you're talking about just the paths of the planets, like an image kind of thing of them.
No, it's like this. I think it's built off the golden ratio, but it's called the Mendelbrot set, and it's like a mathematical thing. Like, like when you watch like a video that's like real trippy, that you're like you feel you're going through the television kind of thing, like through tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the real psychedelic kind of stuff. That stuff is like Mendelbrot's that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I thought you might know about it.
No, I have never heard of it.
Oh, man.
A type of fractal, basically?
Yep.
Okay, so it's a fractal pattern.
Yeah, it's actually based off the Mandelbrot's actually based off a square root of a negative number, which in turn probably does create some sort of Fibonacci.
Yeah, I think that's
sequence, but
yes, sir.
Yeah, I learned like a different word for in terms of like the paths of the planets. Basically, like the idea is like a circle with a point on it rolling around another circle of various like ratios, and there was a word for it, but I forget it. I'll search it and let you know.
You know what's cool is like the pattern that I think it's the pattern of Mars from Earth makes like that flower.
I know Venus makes a star.
Venus, that's it. Yeah, forgive me, you're right. Thank you. How cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Venus makes a what?
A pentagram. 5-pointed star.
No, I don't think it makes a 5-pointed star. I think it makes there's a design. I'll pull it up. Hold on, let me get the image.
Looks like a pentagram to me, at least.
There you go. Yeah, I suppose you could see a pentagram in that. I'm not a Satanist, so I don't.
Well, it looks like a pentagram.
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding, dude.
Well, the way this Fibonacci sequence works is it simulates the number phi or gets more accurate towards it, but the pentagram is based off of phi. The ratios of the sides of the pentagram compared with the smaller sides is always a ratio of 1 to phi. So like wherever you have a pentagram, you're going to have phi in nature, right? So
right, and that breaks down, I think, to that 1.6, right?
1.618, yeah.
Right, yeah. And that's what they, that sacred geometry is built off of. Yeah, it's cool how you can kind of get to it through all the different ways.
I found the word I was looking for. It's called epicycloid.
Acacycloid?
Epicycloid.
AP.
No, EPI cycloid.
Oh, yeah, okay. Epicycloid. Got it.
And that's basically like how the designs of all the planets are formed, basically. Like you can recreate them doing that with different sized circles, basically.
What up, guys?
Yeah, man. I'm just chilling. How are you?
Chilling.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we used to always say Meru Christmas. Like Mary was just code word for Mount Meru. That's like at the North Pole and everything. So Meru Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, I would like to go. Merry Christmas. I would like to go see a compass spinning somewhere because I was reading about the Silent Zone earlier. They say it's like in Mexico, I mean, the Glover's outside is bullshit, of course, but they said the compass be spinning like fucking Snoop Dogg's rims and shit. But I would like to go, even if it's the North Pole, wherever. Like, let me go. We need to go to the spot where the compass spins, right?
Yeah.
Where you walk a few feet, and now it's got to switch directions totally, right? Like at one point, it's got to be pointing north, and then you got to go to the. You got to keep walking straight, and it's got to just like flip pretty quick. No, how quick does it need to? Should it flip?
Is the pole like an actual place though, or is it like miles and miles of this is the pole, and it's just like 100 square miles of that's the pole, you know?
Even so, it would have
what I mean.
like a strongest kind of focal point, right? So even if it's really kind of wide, at some point it's going to be strongest, and you would think that the compass would align to that strongest magnetic, attraction.
Well, there's got to be a point where you travel straight. Point the compass, you were heading north, and then you're still going in that straight line, but now it says you're going south. You know what I mean? Like that point.
Well, it wouldn't say that. Yeah, I mean, it would if you keep on holding, like if you keep on traveling in the same direction. Yeah, it would the needle would turn around. There's got to be a point where the needle, turns.
How big is that area though? Does that happen over 100 miles, like you said, or is that like 10 feet? Or
it doesn't matter, because at some point you got to have. It'll be a step. There's got to be a threshold where that needle will start to move. It might move slowly because it's maybe over a wide area, but there's got to be a point where it starts to move.
Okay, my question is, I heard, this might be a rumor, but I heard no one has ever circumnavigated the South Pole.
That's true.
They claim they have. True. They claim a 16-year-old girl did it. The most dangerous terrain on Earth known to man. I mean, there's got to be all kinds of fucking glaciers and little, I forget what they're called, but caverns under glaciers that you fall into. Like, can't believe a little 16-year-old girl did it.
And I'm sure they have their, the stories of her trials and tribulations to make it more believable.
I guess what's more important is was she was she a woman or was she a girl?
She was 16 years old, bro.
I know, but what I'm wondering is, did she have a period?
So she's a woman.
She was a 16-year-old girl who had a message for.
The important
she had
thing
a message
is whether
for all
or
of
not
the
she had
internet.
blood or not from her vagina. That's the important question.
Okay, Branch, come on, man.
Rein it in. She had a message for internet troll, and that's why she, while standing at the South Pole, made y'all a sandwich.
Who muted Branch? It's kind of funny. I think
Branch, can you have a reasonable conversation, Branch? Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Branch is gonna behave. He's gonna behave.
I mean, come on, like we talk about 6-year-old girl going past. That's the obvious question. Gotta ask. Is what she?
You're gonna stay on this point? Come on, bro. Work with me a little bit.
But yeah, so far they don't have any definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt that anyone has circumnavigated the Earth north to south.
I think the people have, though.
I saw a video of someone trying to fly to the South Pole, and like some military jets got dispatched.
It's not like they haven't tried. Like, we actually have fucking flights that go.
All right, you drunk fuck. Let me speak for a sec. Holy fuck!
What flight do you have that goes over the South Pole?
Like Qantas, motherfucking airlines and shit.
That doesn't go over the South Pole.
Yeah, they do.
No, it doesn't.
It goes over like the edge of an island of Antarctica. Okay.
Well, they claim they have a base. Almost directly, like 100 yards or something, or 100 feet from the geographical South Pole.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the name of it.
I think
but
it's like
flights?
The Scott Munson base or whatever.
I'm wondering about if the flights to that, if they always come from the same direction, or are they coming from, like, can you check flights that go into that? Onto that base, are they always coming?
Literally, I think the question you guys gotta ask yourself is, before you guys start talking about whether or not these facts are real or not, is do you really believe that there is no South Pole?
I'm just saying, do we have flights? It'd be nice to check the flight paths of like
I know,
the
but
planes that are
Jeremy,
going to this base, because if there's planes going to this base from South Africa and Australia and South America, hold on, Branch.
There's some of you cunts, yeah, that I don't think you actually believe there is no South Pole. Like, you gotta recognize that, like...
I don't. That's why we're
Bro,
trying
there's
to
no
check
South
these
Pole
flight
until you
paths.
prove there is.
Check these. I'm trying to bring something up so you can, you'd be able to see if there was flights going to this. If there's flights going to this base that's 100 yards or whatever from the geographical South Pole, and they're leaving from Australia, South America,
Yeah, it should come from different directions.
and South Africa, and they're all going, base. They're,
It should be 120 degrees between each direction they come from, right? So it would be pretty obvious the flight paths would come from such different directions.
I'm just saying, is there only flights coming from Australia that go to the geographical one, or are there flights going from everywhere to this one? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm wondering, if they're even flying into it from other countries.
Yeah, all I know is keeping you out of a bar if you don't have a Vax card, or keeping you out of the South Pole, is way more important for the fucking world government than anything that's actually would help anyone, like stopping criminals or something. This guy literally tried to go there on a Cessna, and military like fighter jets pulled up next to him and were radioing him like, hey, like, if you don't tilt your wings and pull over, we're gonna shoot you down for trying to go to the South Pole. Like,
yeah, man, they're
so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Like, you're really trying to save fucking penguins that hard? Like, it's such bullshit that they give us.
We fucking destroy every square inch of land everywhere else. Like, why are you so worried about this shit? If we have a couple planes or some people and shit.
You know what I love about the penguins, though, yeah? Is that, because there's the enormous ice wall they live on, right? Like, whenever they get hungry and shit, they just gotta dive the fuck down. You know what I mean? Like,
I have a question.
There's enormous ice wall and shit, yeah? When they get hungry, they just dive the fuck down, eat some fucking fish, and then they climb the fuck back up the fucking ice wall. They just climb the fuck back up the ice wall. These penguins with their little fucking flappers and shit, climb up.
Yo,
back to
have you considered? Branch, are you done shitting on the conversation?
Amazing, bro.
You want to wipe?
Branch, have you considered that maybe the penguins don't live beyond the ice wall? I'm not even saying there is an ice wall, but have you considered that, say there is an ice wall, maybe the penguins live inside of that wall? Have you ever considered that one?
Don't entertain this. What were you gonna say?
Can I ask my question now? Yeah. So, have you guys ever heard of the guy who solo circumnavigated the South Pole in a hot air balloon?
Yeah, I heard about it. His name was George.
In a hot air balloon?
Joey.
Yeah. No,
Joey?
He's a Russian dude. I don't think his name is Joey. No.
That was a pretty generic name, Joey.
Let me pull up his exact name.
So let's get this straight. So we got a 16-year-old girl on skis pulling a sled or some shit. Then we got a guy in a hot air balloon. It sounds like fantastic.
No, the question I was gonna ask. Sorry, Jeremy, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The question I was gonna ask: is there any reason you can think of, Noah, why they wouldn't let a small single-engine plane fly over the South Pole?
Let a guy in a hot air balloon do it. What's the Cessna guy seems?
What is this? What? How? Why? Okay.
The story you were just telling about
hypothetical questions. Just get to the point. I don't like playing these like answer question games.
I feel like he wouldn't have enough gas to make the trip.
There you go. Jeremy just hit it right on the head. He didn't have enough gas. He would have crashed and died, thereby costing the governments millions of dollars in search and rescue efforts.
Why? Why did this government have to search for him?
Wait, but they sent.
Because
Why
that is
can't he sign
part
a
of-
waiver? If
that
I
is
fuck
part-
up, I
They
fuck
sent-
up. That's it. It's
No.
full liability is with me.
Wait.
Because
They
the
sent-
international treaty.
Whoa. Like, they sent 2 fighter jets on either side, port and starboard side of his plane. When he looked, and he filmed it. There were fighter jets on either side of his plane threatening to shoot him down if he didn't tilt his wings. So why would they care about it crashing and costing millions if they were going to shoot him down with fighter
There
jets?
goes that argument, Kool-Aid.
So one more time, let me try to explain this. I'll try to hold your hand. The
I don't
country
need you
that did
holding
it,
hand bullshit.
the country that did it is a signature of the Antarctic Treaty. You know that 65-page document that you've ever read? That document requires all signature countries to provide for search and rescue efforts. There is no maximum they are required to spend. There is no minimum they're required to spend either, but they must make a concerted, good faith effort, which means.
Did you not
millions
listen
of
to his
dollars
point
in
though?
search and rescue.
Okay, wait.
I
but
did.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
And
Drink the
his
Kool-Aid.
point,
But they
his
not have to
point
search and
is,
rescue
and
for
the-
him after
can
they
I get
shot him
a
down?
sentence out, you goddamn numpty?
Yeah, let him finish. Let him
Relax,
finish. Your
go-
name
go
is
ahead.
Numpty to be fair, but let him finish.
I'm pretty sure I know exactly which one you're talking about. Well, the part where he was intercepted was over the South Sea before he actually got over the continent of Antarctica. Conveniently, it was also only about 40 nautical miles away from the U.S. ships that were there. They didn't go very far. They wanted him to stop so they didn't have to go spend millions of dollars. That's it.
All right, go ahead.
It's a
Noah.
So they
money
weren't gonna actually shoot him
Hold
down,
on.
is what you're saying.
Hold on. Let Noah go. Let Noah go.
Right.
'Cause he had a good point.
Wait. So what were they gonna? So the 2 fighter jets pulled up to him to do what then? Like grab him with a clamper from the bottom of the fighter jet? Like I don't.
Look, just to threaten him.
Just
Yes,
the threat.
because
Yeah,
we-
but here's the thing: is if
Did you
you're
get
going
all
one
your
way-
physics from a fucking cartoon? No, dumbass. They threatened him. They told him he was did a mid-air intercept, same as they've done everywhere else. Please stop looking at videos and don't forget physics.
But you're making an argument from ignorance, Kool-Aid. You're
Yeah,
saying that if he didn't stop, then they wouldn't have done anything. But you don't know that, right? Because you can't tell the future. You don't.
Yeah.
There isn't this parallel universe where he didn't stop and he just kept on going. So you're making an argument for ignorance because you can't possibly know that.
Why would you dispatch fighter?
What-
Why would you
the way I
dispatch
would-
fighter
Can I
jets
respond?
to stop someone to
Hold-
search
hold-
and rescue?
let him
If you're gonna
respond,
search and-
Noah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the way I would point at this is I would point at the Berserker 1 and the Berserker 2, both of which were ships that cost the U.S. and Australia about $4 billion between the 2 rescue attempts that were sent out for this guy. They threatened to sink him multiple times. They never did, and then had to spend the money to go get him. So historical precedence. By the way,
Okay.
the name of the that we were looking was Fedor Kroshevo. Konyukhov. However you pronounce that.
So you're saying someone was flying, and you had some ships that could have sank or could have fired some missiles or something like that to to make this guy
you
crash
never
or
heard of
something like
this?
that, and they didn't do that.
Have you never heard the story of the Berserker?
No,
and
hold up.
Berserker 2?
Hold up. So
Right.
the ship
Right,
wasn't beside the plane.
If you want me to
right?
tell you the story, just say I've never heard.
No, I don't need you to tell me the story. I got the analogy, and I'm saying it's a false analogy because the ship radioed the plane, right? And said stop, and they didn't stop, and the plane didn't stop, and they didn't fire, right? But if you want it to be a true analogy, then these jets didn't need to go right beside the guy. They could have just radioed him, and if he didn't stop, they could have kept going. But they actually came right beside him. So that's increased kind of presence, aggression. It's leading more towards actions rather than just threats that are empty.
That is standard operating procedure for a mid-air intercept.
Exactly.
That's the way mid-air intercepts are done.
Okay, what's standard operating procedure for an intercept where the person absolutely disregards it?
It really depends on the where you're at, but the final solution is to bring them down.
Final solution. So instead of spending billions of dollars, in a search and rescue mission, instead we can shoot him down with fighter jets and then go send a search and rescue mission anyway. Great.
Right, and only spend a couple $1,000s rather than a couple $1 billion. Sounds like a money saver to me.
Right.
If you say
Instead
so.
of going, wait. So shooting missiles at a fucking plane in the air and killing someone,
Which they never did.
This doesn't make any sense.
Which they never
bro.
did.
What you're saying doesn't make
Which
any
they never
sense.
did. Which they never did because it was only a threat. It was standard operating procedure. It also has to do with the fact that the pilot is incapacitated. The fighter jets have the mobility and thrust to weight ratios to actually turn a Cessna.
Hold up, you said it was standard operating procedure, but 5 minutes ago you said it was historical precedence. That standard operating procedure is to shoot them down, finally, right? So you're contradicting yourself.
That is the final option for any mid-air intercept. Yes.
I understand, but you're saying standard operating procedure here.
Most mid-air intercepts do not require that. Many of them are caused by an incapacitated pilot. The presence of other jets in the area can allow the radio transmissions to be heard louder because they're not having to go through as much flat atmosphere. B, they can perform a visual augmentation and look at the aircraft.
Can I stop you right there? Because what you're comparing apples to oranges right now. We're talking about a pilot that is conscious, that is aware, that is traveling with the intention, not some pilot that just fell asleep. Okay? That you need to try waking him up or something like that.
We're talking about mid-air intercepts and how they are performed.
Not generally, we're talking about mid-air intercepts with a pilot that is going over Antarctica trying to, disregard the hails of jets or what have you. They will have a goal in mind. They're sentient. They're conscious. They're awake. It's not a pilot falling asleep at the wheel.
They didn't know any of that. At least, assuming that I'm talking about the same story Noah is, but then again, he won't post it, so we won't actually ever know. But assuming that we're talking about the same story, he was in the.
Like, I don't need them. I don't need any of them. Like.
Well, then leave.
No, bro, just tell your story without the underhanded comments, you fucking cunt. Like, really, it's not necessary.
Oh, wow, somebody got triggered. Why don't you go get yourself a pop? Go get yourself a pacifier and let the adult talk, okay?
Guys.
Oh, you are, bro.
All right, let's try to be good. All right, no condescending comments, no getting triggered.
If this is the way it's gonna be over here, then fuck you guys.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I said to both of you, no condescending comments, no getting triggered. That getting triggered part was for Noah. So, relax. Like, let's be respectful and just, convert. I was going to say conversate. Conversate.
Yeah, so once again, this happened over the South Sea, not over the continent of Antarctica. It also happened within 40 nautical miles of the U.S. task group. And it was very obvious to anybody who has ever looked at a map that a single-engine Cessna does not carry enough gas to get across the.
Okay, so this historical precedence that was set, right, with this plane that wasn't shot down by the berserkers, was that over the South Sea or was that over Antarctica proper?
So to be clear, the Berserker and the Berserker 2 are both ships. And they were threatened by U.S. and Australian navies to be fired upon, never were. They then cost those countries $4 billion for the search and rescue efforts. And that was back in the 70s. I would have to double check the exact date when money actually meant something.
But yeah, that doesn't answer my question. Because the Berserkers were threatening to shoot at aircraft, right?
No, Berserker is the name of the ship that some dumb fuck kept taking to Antarctica.
Oh, I see. Okay, so they were going to shoot down the ship with, they're intercepting jets or what have you.
Right.
I guess you. Okay.
Back at that time, they didn't have the technology. They couldn't actually get out to him, which was one of the reasons why they didn't open fire. But they did radio hail him and say, if you don't turn around, we will open fire. He didn't turn around. He ended up landing on the continent of Antarctica, abandoning the Berserker 2 because it had been hopelessly trapped in the ice and was taking on water, and was
Oh, is this the guy that... I think I know
was
who
never
you're talking about.
Yeah, was never heard from again. Him and all 6 of
And
his
his
friends
crew died or something?
Yeah. But they still spent $4 billion searching for him.
I'm sure they did. But it's not really historical precedence then, because we're talking about someone flying over Antarctica proper, unless you're trying to like fall back to just like the anything under 60 degrees parallel south.
One more time. The clip that Noah was talking about was in the South Sea, 40 miles away from the U.S. 40 nautical miles away from the U.S. task force. It was not over the continent of Antarctica proper.
Yeah, I
it was
stand corrected
stopped
with that.
well short of there. Yeah.
So I mean, so far we have no idea how they would react on Antarctica itself.
The document is 65 pages long. It's really not that hard of a read. It will take you guys maybe 20 minutes. I really recommend reading it.
I read it way back when, but that was years ago. What
Well,
in it
read it
is...
again. It doesn't talk about anything that is being said.
What do you mean?
It talks about providing for search and rescue, and that's why countries require permits and things. Because
it doesn't say anything about,
that
you can't. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about you can't, like, trespass or go without, the paperwork.
Nope.
Really?
Nope. That is all. That is all in sub-treaties that have been signed mostly as amendments to the actual 65-page document.
Okay, if it's an amendment, it's part of it then.
No, it's not, because it varies per country. It's not the international document.
Yeah, but if all countries, if whatever countries are signatories, like all the land that you could possibly go in through or above is claimed by a specific country and it's covered by an addendum, then it's the same thing. Unless you're saying that there is a specific piece of land that is free from this clause, where you can freely enter it without any sort of permission or paperwork or whatever.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Each country has their different addendums to it. So the United States has one, Australia has one, UK has one, South Africa has one. Every country has their own addendum. They're not the same.
No, I understand that. And a lot of these countries actually, control, I guess, the land of Antarctica, or claim it at least, right? So my question is, well, hold on. Basically, my question is there any piece of land, like any path through to the South Pole, wherein an addendum of any specific country isn't claiming that you have to have permission or, paperwork or something like that to go there?
No, and it's not the areas that they're on that they care about. It's the country you belong to. Your home country is responsible for your ass. For example, I'm an American. If I go overseas and I do something stupid, the U.S. is obliged to come get my dumb ass.
Fair enough.
You can actually get nautical charts that take you all the way up to the ice, and they're updated every 4 months, I believe. Oh, here, I was going to post this. Sorry, I didn't. This is Guinness World Records about this guy who has the fastest circumnavigation of the South Pole by hot air balloon. There you go. Check that shit out. Dude's absolutely crazy. He's a Orthodox priest, and more or less the only thing he took up with him was a crucifix.
So he went due west or due east from Western Australia?
I don't remember. I know him as a sailor. He just did this too. Because this guy's absolutely crazy.
Across the Atlantic, east to west.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. This one's
It would be going east if it was
across
on
the
the
Pacific.
prevailing trade.
Yeah, but it's not a circumnavigation of, you know, the South Pole at all.
I mean, it is, but okay.
No, it's not. He literally just went around, you know, that, like, basically on the same latitude. Almost.
Right. Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, in Australia. Western Australia.
Right. He just, you know, went all the way around the world in the same latitude, but that's not a circumnavigation because
Of the South Pole?
I mean, that's what was in the center of it. If you draw
What?
the lines out. Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? He circumnavigated the Earth, right? That means he went in a circle on the same latitude, more or less, starting off in Western Australia, ending in Western Australia. He didn't go south to the South Pole. He
No,
stayed
but he was
east or
south,
west.
He was south of the equator, and the smallest diameter around the the planet south of the equator is the pole. So we generally refer to that as a polar circumnavigation.
No, that's
Very
not a
similar-
circumnavigation. A circumnavigation is north to south, going over the South Pole.
I'll make sure to inform all the sailors in the entire world who have done circumnavigations that they
Yeah,
have
if
never
it's circumnavigating over the South Pole, then they need to go over the South Pole. If it's just circumnavigating the Earth in the southern hemisphere, you're fine. Like you have absolutely no problem with saying that.
Who said anything about over the South Pole? I said
That's
he
what
went
this whole
around the
conversation
South-
was about.
Around the South Pole, dude. Around it.
No,
Not over it.
It was
around
it wasn't around. We were talking about, has anyone circumnavigated that, like, you know, over the South Pole?
Around the
And
South.
then-
Well, okay. He didn't go directly over it. He went around it. He just did
Yeah,
a
I
circumnavigation.
mean, every circumnavigation is around it.
Right. He literally did it in Western Australia, but more or less Antarctica. The wind conditions he was under and the temperatures were absolutely brutal. But he had enough faith in his God to persevere him and get him through. I think that's a noble story worth telling.
Yeah, it definitely is, but it's absolutely irrelevant to what we were talking about.
I mean, we were talking about the shape of the Earth. And I think going around it and being able to know exactly how far you went, how fast you were going is extremely relevant to that conversation.
Except he couldn't possibly know that.
Okay, why not?
Because you can't get an accurate measure of speed with with a hot air balloon or anything in the air. They think he went X speed because he did it in Y days, a correct, accurate number of days or time or what have you, and then
Right. So
they have
time
a
over
distance. They have a distance
equals
that fits their model, so they worked out a speed from that. But the distance hasn't been verified.
Time over distance equals speed, dude. You can't argue that. That's third grade math.
I know, and I'm saying the distance hasn't been verified.
Other than we have his time, we have his speed because he's actually moving through the air.
You don't have his speed.
He can measure. He knows where he is at any given point.
No, you don't have his speed because his speed is. Hold up, Noah. His speed is the actual speed that he's going, right? What they call the true air speed, plus or minus the wind component, gives him the actual speed, the ground speed.
Right.
And they don't have his true air speed.
They
his
have
true
his
air speed. They don't have it.
They have his true air speed. He was on radar the entire time. He was also tracked via orbital satellite. I know you're going to throw that out because reasons. Just like you're trying to say he doesn't know where he was, he also did have a fully equipped navigation station, including a sextant on board.
That doesn't really matter. A sextant doesn't tell you how fast you're going.
No, but it tells you where you are.
Okay. Over an Earth that's curved or not curved?
I mean, spherical trigonometry is required for sextants, so.
Sure. Is the radar...
Look at the motive.
Is the radar refracting or not refracting?
I couldn't give a fuck less. They know where it is. They're pretty good at knowing where things are in the air.
According to your model, according to the globe, like at that area of, the southern hemisphere, it's about, the latitude is about 95% water.
Cool. You want a cookie?
Okay.
I mean, that's completely irrelevant to he knows where he is.
It's not irrelevant because over water we don't have direct measurement of distance like we do on land, wheels to the ground.
That's the biggest load of bullshit.
Whenever you're subjected to wind, when your speed is changing with the wind, crosswinds and headwinds and tailwinds, then you don't have an accurate measure.
Sextants work, dude. We know where we are. Sextants work. They do. We know where we are.
All that being said, I'm not doubting that he did this. I'm not doubting that he circumnavigated at 30 degrees south, whatever it is.
He went further south in a sailboat, but
what?
He circumnavigated in a sailboat. That's where I know him from. He's a sailor as well. This dude is absolutely crazy. He is the current champion of the Antarctic yacht race, solo division. Yeah, this dude's a consummate badass Russian.
Sure, I don't doubt that.
I mean, you just call him a liar when he says this is what he did.
What? I just said I don't doubt that he circumnavigated the Earth, from Australia. That he went due west or what have you, and ended up.
And I
don't doubt that whatsoever.
And I
haven't seen proof of it, but I'm not contending.
He probably knows where he is at any given time, especially when he has a fully equipped navigation suite.
More or less, he knows enough to just keep going. You know, like he'll know that when he's over the Pacific and how kind of, you know, relative to the other pieces of land that are there, and, you know, reference points and stuff like that. And he knows the most important thing, how to keep a bearing. Because all you need is a compass, really, to do this. A compass and a hot air balloon and some food.
All right. He didn't take. I think he
Yo,
took
hold
one
up.
can of soup with him. So
Hold up, we're still on
go
the
ahead,
on the
go do it.
Hold on, we're still on the farcical story of the hot air balloon crossing of Antarctica.
No, it didn't cross Antarctica at all. It didn't go over the South Pole. It's just circumnavigating from, you know, Australia, going west or something, and then ending up back kind of where you started.
With a shorter degree traveled than he would have had to do at the equator. We can look at the northern hemisphere, and I can pull up ships, but I think we all agree that the distance traveled and the lines of latitude get smaller as you get closer to the North Pole. So we're kind of down to two different shapes, and neither one of them are flat.
Yeah, it's 30 degrees south latitude.
Yeah. Should I just file this right in there with my Venn globe and things I'll never actually get answers to?
What do you mean, bro?
I mean, I never get answers to my boats and how they.
No, hold up. You're talking about someone that was in a hot air balloon and went from Western Australia around the Earth, right?
Right.
Around the world, and ended up more or less back where they started. Not the same city, but more or less where they started.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with anything?
I mean, that's the distance, the circumference of the Earth, right?
Not necessarily. No, I would agree that that's the time it takes to go around the circumference of the Earth if he kept his bearing and, you know, went the same direction, what have you.
And we know his speed.
You don't know his speed again. You don't even know if he maintained his course perfectly, because I guarantee there were some crosswinds and stuff like that. You don't know, like, how quickly he readjusted, how accurate he was with that.
We have his course exactly because he was on radar for the entire thing, as well as monitored by satellite.
Why didn't he land in the same place he took off?
I mean, he got too cold and was afraid that he was going to freeze to death.
Okay, so when he went all the way around the world, and he was in Western Australia. He just had maybe like 2% of the trip to go. He quit.
Yep.
That's your claim?
Yep.
I thought he was such a consummate badass. Why the fuck would he quit when he had like 1 or 2% left of his trip to go?
Because
especially if he knew exactly where he was, he would know exactly how much time it would take.
He hadn't slept in 3.5 days. He had been freezing, and the decision to come down was made hours before that. It wasn't a momentary lapse, and because once the systems are initiated, there was, you know, you're going to the ground.
What do you mean the systems are initiated? It's a hot air balloon.
Right. The system that allows him to safely decrease altitude.
All you do is stop firing the hot air.
Oh my, no, dude.
Yeah.
Not.
You have like a fucking like nozzle that's like, you know, some fuel, I don't know what type of gas exactly that you're burning, and all he needs to do is stop burning it, and it'll slowly come down.
This is not your country fair hot air balloon with a wicker basket. This is a high-tech, high-altitude balloon.
Does it work with a different functionality?
Yes.
How?
So at that height, you're actually dealing more with a pressure change than a temperature change. And
it is a hot air balloon, right?
Colloquially, yes.
So it doesn't use hot air.
At that height, it's actually pumping cold air because it doesn't matter.
Okay. It's pumping cold air and going up.
Right. Well, in order to maintain altitude, but yes.
Oh, instead of going too high, you mean he pumps cold air so as to maintain his altitude?
No, that's he has a constant amount of that going in order to maintain altitude because some of it's escaping through the balloon itself.
But
so
you're
you
saying
have
from the
other-
ground he started pumping in cold air, and that got him to go up.
From the ground, it's actually hot, but when it reaches altitude, is
Okay, so you're kind of not really making sense now.
it's got a different engine on it. I'm sorry. Do you want me to explain the hot air?
No, okay,
balloon
so
to
hold
you?
up. So you have the hot air, which is
Okay.
actually causing it to be less buoyant, causing it to go up, right? From the ground,
Right.
he's using hot air, right?
Right.
And then you're saying at some point he switches to cold air, and that basically
the
makes
air-
up for the air that's being like,
The air that
that's
is being
excreted.
pumped in by the time it hits the balloon is ambient air temperature and has no differential.
The air that's being pumped in when he's up in the air.
It still comes out of the engine. It still comes out of the engine hot by colloquial system, but by the time it reaches the balloon containment that it's in, it has reached ambient air temperature. It is no longer. It is just
Okay,
higher.
what's your point? I'm sure that's the same with with
yes,
other
turn
hot air
on
balloons.
and begin to slowly descend in order to make things safe. There was a decision made in the middle of the night in a thunderstorm.
Bro, you're completely like on one when you say that they had to. Hold up, Kool-Aid.
asked why he
Kool-Aid.
quit.
You basically explained how hot air balloons work, except instead of them just laying off the throttle of this hot air, instead they're just pumping in normal air through the same, like they just have a vacuum that or whatever that pumps in normal air. But it's the same idea. Hot air makes it go up.
Right.
Cold air, or lack of hot air, it'll slowly come down. All they had to do was continue pumping the cold air or not pump the hot air, and it would slowly come down, just like any other hot air balloon.
Right.
It's not something that requires days of mechanisms of systems to get working.
I took 4.5 hours, I think, for him to come down, which is why the decision was made at night after not sleeping and being all types of fucked up from the elements because it was cold as shit up there. He made the decision to come down and ended up coming down a mite early.
Yeah, but he would have had to come down 2% of the distance later anyways to land where he started.
Right.
So what difference does it make for him why did he not just do the 2 degrees more or 2% more?
Why don't you go do it and then you can tell us?
No, you're the one saying he's a consummate badass, and it doesn't add up to me. If he had perfect, hold up. My point is, if he had perfect,
sailed around it. He's also
that's fine, but that's not what we're discussing right now. We're talking about the hot air balloon thing. And if he had perfect kind of knowledge of where he was and his speed and all this stuff, and he perfectly maintained his bearing and all that, and he countered for he made up for the crosswinds and the headwinds and whatever, then I would think he would be armed with enough information to be able to say, since he is a badass, I'm just going to go this 2% more of this trip, and I'm going to initiate my landing, and of course it takes some time for the hot air balloon to go down. You don't want to go down too fast and shit like that, but to land where he started. I don't think you've shown that, your claim.
It's good enough for the world record. It's good enough for Guinness, but it's not good enough for some poke hunt on the internet. Okay.
No, I'm fine with him saying he basically circumnavigated it, but it doesn't lend credence to what you're saying about his functionality, his gear, his his navigation, all that stuff that you're saying.
He's also rode around it.
That's fine. I'm not discounting him. I'm discounting you.
No, you're discounting him. You're discounting the charts he used when you say it's not the size and shape that we know it is.
It's your claim that he had all this stuff and that he still made the decision to only do 98% of the trip. That's your claim. I'm thinking, maybe that was his intention.
Do you see my name on that article? No, that's him.
But it's your claim.
Okay.
It's your claim that he had this perfect navigation, that radar and
I'm
sextant
also
use
claim,
allowed him to be exactly where, like, know exactly where he was at all times.
I'm also going to claim that he does have that same information when he sailed around it. Look up Antarctic Yacht Race. Who's the winner? It's him. He has sailed around it. He actually set many world records during that race as well, including the most consecutive days of a solo race sailor below the 40th parallel.
Yeah, it's cool. The last thing I'm gonna say before I'm bow out on this one is that you're not him. You don't know, like, whether or not he legitimately always knew where he was, never kind of always had his position, was able to navigate it perfectly, or whether he was blown off course and had to make it up, or you don't know. You're making an argument that you can't possibly substantiate unless you brought the person and we asked him directly, or unless he has already said it in on the record previously. And so far you haven't shown that. So I don't know.
I mean, other than the article,
okay, why you're making
the article I linked of him saying it, I don't know how else to.
He said that he never lost. He was never blown off course. He perfectly maintained his path and bearing at all times.
Where we were. He says we knew where we were at all times. In the article I linked. But
where?
Cool. Carry on. Have a good one.
Where does he say that? Okay, good talk.
You bailing out, Kool-Aid? Right. I thought there was getting close to a conclusion there. No.
The conclusion was that Kool-Aid will just say whatever he wants.
No, there's no conclusion. We know the size of the Earth.
How do we know that?
I have the article open. He doesn't make any mention of always knowing his position at all times.
Okay, stand by.
He says,
"Did I link you? Hold on. Which one did I link you? Give me a second. Maybe
I don't think it really matters.
Oh, I gave you. Okay, so I'll
go ahead.
find you the
link the other one.
Yeah.
Link the other one.
Yeah.
Ideally, it would be an actual video of like an interview or something. But
I don't believe he speaks English. Do you speak Russian?
I can translate.
Okay. You're welcome to search him. He's a well-known public figure.
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
He's a priest, whose reputation you call into question.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Okay. This is why there will be no conclusion to this. Thanks anyway.
All right, that's what I thought.
Why is one of the top globes proof of fraudulent Foucault's pendulum is my main question.
Well, are you saying the Foucault's pendulum doesn't precess, or you're just saying that it doesn't prove the Earth is spinning?
It's it does precess, but it's due to a magnetic motor in the back. If it didn't have that motor, it would run out of momentum and cease to swing back and forth. But it's just funny because, like, when I was first getting into this argument, that was like one of the things they said, like, this is proof that we're spinning. But it's like, no, it's proof that there's a magnetic motor. But like, why is one of the mainstream proofs false? You know what I mean? It's just like, that's the thing, man, is like, I wouldn't be on any of these chats if I actually went somewhere and there was actual shit that would prove it. But it's just so much, you know, like beat around the bush bullshit, never getting to an actual definitive point where you can say that this is actual reality. It's just always like, you always have to take that leap of faith and trust that person. You know what I mean? Like, you have to trust us that we're not fucking with the magnetic push in a different direction, you know? You have to trust us that every video we get out of NASA's, you know what I mean? It's just like, there's no self-verification. It's all has to do with trust, basically. And it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's a major tell that they're covering something up. The fact that they can never let you actually know it for yourself. You always have to trust someone else to get the truth.
For sure, dude. Yeah, well, it's like it's just a huge thing, you know, in terms of like getting the finale of this. I mean, like, think about what would change in the world. Like, it's just such a huge. I mean, I often think about like, let's say that, you know, just for this discussion, let's say the Earth is a stationary plane, and then this whole globe is a lie. Well, and then obviously, like, they've deceived people for pretty much the whole 20th century, even though it really got kicked into gear like after World War II, when they really had it drilled in and put it in all the education systems and the moon landing and all that shit, and the media that really sold it. So let's just say starting in like 2014, 15, it all started unraveling. I think that's connected to the Mayan calendar, 2012, you know, December 21st, 2012. Like, that was like the end of an age, end of an era. And it wasn't only about a year or two after that this all really started coming to light. So I think it's connected to that. But let's just say we're in now the process of unraveling it. Well, I often think of like, let's say it's like a 10 stage process. We may only be at stage 1 right now, maybe stage 2, you know? So it's like, we're really in the early stages of this whole unraveling. Like, it's kind of interesting to look at it in that way, that it's actually like it's just like, it's a process that we're only partly engaged in.
What do you mean, process for the end of the world, or like the end of all this misinformation and bullshit?
Well, I just mean the end of the globe. Yeah, well, the globe deception, but there's a lot that goes along with that. Of course, like, yeah, there's so much wrapped into that. But I'm just more talking about the end of the globe cosmology being the, accepted view of what the world is. I mean, they claim they claim that the Copernican revolution was the last huge shift in cosmology. I'm not even sure I believe the whole story, but clearly people do believe it's a globe now. So there has been some shift. But I think we're shifting out of it now.
I think actually in the 1800s, people in the United States, like in America, they still thought it was flat. Though, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me like, it was pretty recent actually. Like, this whole ball thing was more of like an elite, like only the elites knew it was a ball. You know what I mean? It was like, they still taught people that the Earth was flat. Pretty recently in America. I don't know. Europe might have been a little more advanced, or I don't know if I'll call it advanced, but Europe might have had more people accepting. But I know that there are people that still thought it was flat, like till very recently, basically. And when people would go to school and come back to their families and be like, "Oh, I heard the Earth is a ball," their parents would be like, "That's like they were, you know how they used to be like real Bible thumpers." They would say like, "No, that's false. That's a lie. That's from the devil. Blah blah blah. Only the devil would see you on a ball, and not on an unmoving Earth or something." So it's not actually as new as, it's not actually as old as they say it is. Like, when they say like, "Ho ho, 2000 2,300 years behind because the Greeks knew about it. Like, it wasn't like all the Greeks were walking around and saying, yeah, we live on a ball. No, it was more like some of the philosophers thought it was one way. You know what I mean? When Nicholas Copernicus came around and was saying, like, oh, it's an elliptic orbit or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, a lot of people still thought it was flat, like, till very recently. So, it's just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, totally. No, I agree, dude. Because when you actually think about, like, what did people really think, you know? Like, if you went back to 1900, if you knocked on everyone's door, like, what do you think the Earth is? What do you think the Earth is? How many of them actually would have been like, oh, yeah, it's a spinning oblate paroid. It's a spinning oblate spheroid. I'm just kidding about the paroid thing. But I'm just saying, like, how many of them would actually say, you know, oh, yes, it's absolutely a spinning ball in a vacuum? I mean, they wouldn't have even had pictures of it back then. They wouldn't. I mean, even in like the mainstream quote unquote science at the time, it was being debated, and Michelson Morley, and then obviously they brought in Einstein. So yeah, it's just crazy when people say like, oh, everyone knew it was a globe since ancient Greeks. It's like, I think that this is, there's so much more just like controlling of the narrative that we're told rather than what people actually thought.
The Michelson Morley. That's right. That was pretty recent, man. That was in the 1900s. That wasn't even in the 1800s. And then they had to come up with this whole Einstein shit to explain to us that we are moving. It's just you can never tell if we're moving or not. And it's just like, dude, this is such fucking contrived bullshit.
I mean, I think it's much more of a psyop, well, just in terms of the evolution of all this. It's like propaganda-driven psyop, much more than. I mean, look at how fast they got people wearing masks, you know, and believing in that the air is going to kill them. You know, like it only took about. It really only took a couple weeks, but really it was like a couple months that everybody was so drilled in, and it's still happening. So it's like it only took that long to get everybody doing that. And what trips me out is like not only wearing masks, but like, you know, because I don't even, well, anyways, like I didn't even buy a mask. I don't have one. Like, but I noticed like, you know, when this all started, it was like everybody else was like buying them and they're going on Amazon. They're getting like different colored ones. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys all doing? Like, you just like are adopting a brand new like piece of clothing for your face, like just because the news is telling you that the air is going to kill you. So I'm not trying to get into that whole topic. I'm just saying that it's mind blowing how quickly they got everybody to do that, you know, to believe. So thinking about that, like in terms of the Earth, like it didn't take that long for them to just get everyone believing it's a globe.
Yeah, it only takes like one generation, right, of globes in a classroom for everyone in the next generation up. Because most people aren't going to question anything they were taught at school if they're paying attention. Like, it's kind of like a filter. Most people don't even pay attention. Most of the people who do pay attention don't question anything, right? So you kind of just double filtered everyone. But also, that's honestly, like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I was not this much of a conspiracy theorist until, like, I had never even fucking considered a flat earth. I really, to be honest with you, from the beginning of my life, I knew that I was never going to space, and so it would never really be relevant to me. You know what I'm saying? So I never really cared much about space, you know, and stars and shit. Now I'm looking at the fucking planets and the moon and the sun and the stars all the time. But, like, I would have never considered, I wouldn't really, like, but then once everyone started wearing them, like, the masks and shit, and like how you could see that everything, like, honestly, like at this point, I'll just say this, like, this shit woke up a lot of people into seeing what's going on in the world. But like at this point, if you're not actually awake to it, like, I don't really know what to say. Like how can you still believe this bullshit is what is beyond me. Like, how do you fucking still believe this shit? How are you still complying with these mandates? You know what I mean? Like, how is this still a, like, I thought it was like, you know, like, it's just beyond me. Like how it's still going on is the most Yeah, it's just weird, man. It's like we're in a bad dream or something, you know? Don't you feel like that? Like it's like we're not even in reality anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for that. When a huge portion of the world is dislocated from reality, it's like a massive mental illness in a sense. It's like a form of schizophrenia. I mean, I'm not calling everyone schizophrenic. I'm just saying that like part of
Psychosis.
yeah, exactly. Like part of schizophrenia is like the inability to tell reality from non-reality, in a sense, you know. So yeah, it's like we live in an age where there is like a mass psychosis going on. Yeah, and then these controlling factions kind of drive it through their yeah, just the psyops,
Propaganda.
the lies. Yeah.
You see that in like numerology, globe, Earth, and propaganda are like a super match or something like that. Like you can't get any more similar in numerology between globe, Earth, and propaganda, the two words or phrases. It's just so funny. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's that concept, like, you know, like the 100th monkey idea. I'm not saying that in terms of evolution monkey. I'm just saying that concept of the 100th monkey where it's like there's like a tipping point in a lot of these things, you know, where um, it might seem like there's only the minority that are aware of something and it may seem like a huge uphill battle, but there's like a tipping point that occurs to where sort of like the dam opening, you know, like if you have like a dam and like a river or lake or whatever, and then once you open the dam, so it's like once that 100th monkey effect, like once it tips very quickly. So it may seem like such an unsurmountable like thing with all the just the lies and everything going on, but I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds, but it may actually be able to occur quicker than we may think, you know, just because it can seem like such an uphill battle when like the whole world is just drowning in deception through the news and everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be like some sort of event soon, like real soon, like 2022 type of event that's gonna distract us because they can't like let us sit like because there's already enough of us that know that this is bullshit. You know what I mean? So they can't let us, I guess, catch our breath, you know, and like kind of consort with each other and be like, wasn't it kind of weird we just went through? Like, yeah, it was kind of weird, isn't? Don't you think like this, and this are kind of suspect? You know, like so I feel like they have to have some event soon that's gonna happen, like you know, like an even bigger event to just keep everyone indoors. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm thinking is like what they're really trying to do is they're just trying to like basically get some sort of like robot algorithm blockchain economy onto us, and the economy completely surveils us, completely takes away all property rights, and completely controls everything. So they have to bring in all these distractions like COVID and whatever else they're gonna bring in the meantime to kind of just keep everyone distracted and keep hurting them until once you get them locked in the system, then it doesn't matter, right? Then you can reveal all the truth. Like, yeah, we might have tricked you about this, and this, but now that we already have you, and like if we don't want you, we can just starve you at any moment and lock you out and turn off your digital ID, right? Oh, like once they get to that point, they don't really need to cover anything up, but I think they just need to keep with these distractions. That's why I think they have these ridiculous Donald Trump type president, then Joe Biden type president, and all this drama and this all this like Black Lives Matter and COVID and all this. It's all just a distraction while they keep on putting up their 5G towers, putting more cameras, already testing their social digital yuan credit score in China. Like they're just distracting us, and then once they spring the trap on us, and we can't access food without our digital worldwide ID. And it's not going to be like, oh, us fellow Americans unite if the whole world's under one economic system, right? So it's like, that's what I feel like is really about at the end, is they're playing this game where they're trying to get everything tracked and traced. Like every bottle of water is going to have its own NFT. Every fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like everything is going to be its own tokenized crypto piece of shit, and they're gonna be able to see it all and control everything. And in the meantime, they just need like retarded excuses that are like plausibly deniable so that we are kept distracted, right? And so they can implement this. So I think honestly there's an event that's coming up soon that's gonna happen, and it's gonna be like, oh well, looks like we have to everyone has to go indoors, but now we have the metaverse, so you can just go into the metaverse when you're locked inside. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be some sort of climate change or the Omicron or something, but I feel like they can't let us rest. You know what I mean? Like, they can't, at this point, they've shown too much of their hand. They can't actually, like, let us rest, you know? Because we already have enough people out there, you know, that know this shit. It's only a matter of time. They can try to put shills on top, like Alex Jones and stuff, to discredit us, but like they're running out of time, right? There's already like too many people that know that they're up to this bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, all this quarantine shit has been crazy as it is. Like, they're definitely separating people and, yeah, trying to, yeah, like what you're saying, just in terms of trying to isolate people so that we can't come together. Like, that's already happening. But yeah, it's interesting to think if they're going to do like another level of that. That'd be crazy. Like another.
I'm certain, man. I think they're gonna start fucking frying people with a fucking 5G or something, and then claim like, oh, this new variant. You know what I mean? Like, they just have so many fucking tricks up their sleeves. And you know what? The biggest trick they have, though, at the end of the day, is the dumb masses that follow whatever they say. That's their biggest trick, hands down. Is that the dumb masses aren't gonna ever fucking get it. They just don't get it. They don't seem to get it. They seem to think that the UN actually likes them and wants them to live a happy and successful life. They seem to think that these world institutions don't want to depopulate and murder us and genocide us. Like they seem to think, I don't know what it is. They just seem to always trust the fucking authority. And it's just like, bro, we're in such a compromised position at this point. We just keep getting fucked on. And there's really like nothing we can do because the dumb masses are always like, well, I didn't hear that on the news. And it's like, dude, they fucking lie about everything. Like, it's not a good source.
I agree, but I mean, I hear what you're saying with that. But the thing about the masses is that also is where the key is for liberation. You know, like, because if that shifted, then they're fucked and we win. So at another level, like, that's our like ace in the, what do they say, ace in the hand or whatever, like bird in the hand. I mean, it does seem like an insurmountable thing right now, but like I said, I think that things can shift quickly when it's time to. And I mean, as quickly as everybody wore the mask and believed it, they can break free from that as quickly as well, I think. So, and I know that's a very positive perspective, but
I hope so. I just don't. I see an event, man. I'm like, I don't want to sound like speculative, but I just feel like the main event, you know, or not even like the main event, but like, there's no way they can, like, because think about it. After 9/11, they chilled off, but they never let us actually go to the airport without getting screened up the wazoo multiple times, right? Like, there has to be some sort of lasting impact that they really want to keep on us, you know? And I think it is like all this like work from home shit. I think they really want us to all go home and do everything from home and then just have a robot delivering stuff. Oh, and have all the products tracked by this blockchain. Oh, and have all the people tracked by this blockchain. Oh, and have it so the government will just turn off your food stipend. You know what I mean? It's just like the different means they have of absolutely controlling everything about your life is already like possible. You know, it's possible for them to do this. So all they need to do is build it. And where do we see all this bubbles growing up? All these financial bubbles all around this whole blockchain ecosystem. I think something's gonna come out of it. Some sort of like tracking system, you know, some sort of like, honestly, like a mark of the beast system that you can't access shit without. And they're gonna say like, oh, this helps climate change, oh, this helps pandemics, you know. It's just, oh, you can't have election fraud because it's all encrypted, you know what I mean? Like, they're really trying to get us all over onto this like fully surveilled, like what they have in China, where everything you do is all known by the government, and the government just gives you a score for it, you know what I mean? Like, what government wouldn't want that? One big corporation wouldn't want that, you know? It's just like, we know all the big corporations and government collude. There is no fucking free market capitalism. It's all just a big club of fuckers who know each other and set it all up. There's no, you don't just like, you know, have elbow grease and make your, it's like, nope, they all know each other. They're all in the same frat. Like, they're all in these Masonic groups and shit. I don't know. I honestly, I see your like I guess optimistic perspective. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I'm just looking from a historic perspective, and it never seems to go backwards at all. Their agenda always seems to roll forward, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you. It's definitely a conundrum right now. But yeah, I agree. I mean, the tracking system, yeah, it's already kind of being put in place, really. So yeah, this is the card that they've pulled for this time, for this event. Sorry, I'm just like semi distracted because I'm kind of multitasking at the moment.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just thinking like, it'd be so easy for them too. They could just be like, "Oh, North Korea hacked our financial system. Now we can't. Oh, well, we'll erase all debts and like, you know, we'll make everything good. But like, to sign on, you just need to like get into this new system. It's all encrypted and stuff, so like nothing can be hacked. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just what they're doing is just. I already know they're trying to. You know, it's you literally just go and read The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab. You know what I mean? Go fucking peruse the World Economic Forum like website a bit, and then they literally lay it out for you. The funniest thing is they lay it out for us. They literally make it obvious, like, oh, here's what we're gonna do, and then that's literally all that happens is what they laid out. You know what I mean? It's just like no resistance. It's like stealing candy from a baby, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how they view it at this point, in a sense. Yeah, I mean, probably taking years for them to get to this point, though, just through all the conditioning. And I mean, yeah, it's been insane what they've been doing. But I think they just found that they could do it, and they're just continuing to pull it off.
Yeah, I know. And like the dumb masses are like in disbelief, like, no, they could never do that. And I think it's kind of smart. I think what they do is they basically just start from the top down, right? You're not going to be able to control everyone, but if you're able to control one person, that person that you decide to control, if you control the president, you have a lot of more influence. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like they started with like, at least I'm thinking from like an American perspective, right? I mean, you could argue it goes further back in Europe and all this, but from an American perspective, they kind of started with the financial system and taking over the financial system, and then, I guess no, taking over industry, then taking over the financial system, then taking over the media, and then once they had the media, then taking care of all of politics, then taking control of the medical system. And so they kind of systematically, from the top down, took control of all the important, I guess, aspects of life. And now it's like we're at the end of the time where they're like, oh, now we're going to take control of all citizens and all their transactions and everything they can do, you know? And it's like, it's like they've started from the top of the pyramid and worked their way down, and now they're down to like the individual liberties of every single person. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh well, now that we control everything else, we're gonna also want to control where you go, where you have access to, what you're gonna do. You know what I mean? It's just like the control has been coming for a long time, but now it's just they're on another, like they're on the individual level. They're on the behavior of the individual. Now they're trying to control that. It's not even like not they don't need to control the money. They control the money. They don't need to control the gas. They control the gas. They don't need to control the electricity. They don't need to control the food. They don't need to control the politics. At this point, all they need to do is control the actual population of people, like the individual's choice itself, and that's what seems to be what they're working on at this point.
Yeah, dude, I agree totally. And I mean, just looking like when I think about the history of it all, but even like after World War II, yeah, there was just a huge like shift in what they were trying to do then. And yeah, you're right. What they're doing now is even more targeted, just with like the technology. And yeah, it's just like the layers of control have just risen more and more. And it's like more individualized now too than it used to be. Because back in the 60s, like shit was a little bit kind of open. So I mean, they were using a lot to control people, but that's why like there was that whole. I know some people say even that was a psyop, but like a lot of the revolutions in the 60s. But I think a lot of that was authentic. I think people were actually fighting back. And then obviously they smacked the moon landing and, you know, kept doing everything they, you know, and then, yeah, coming all the way up to where we are now.
The moon landing, man. That should be like the litmus test. Like,
How long
do you think
have you guys known that was fake for? Like, I've known since like the late 90s, early 2000s about the moon landing. Like, it was obvious by then. 30 years have gone by.
Well,
honestly,
I first looked into it like in 2004, around there, when 2004, 2005. I think before that, I just hadn't really looked into it yet. So I think I just maybe didn't really know, you know, I just like maybe assumed it was probably real, I guess. But yeah, I think it was around 2004 that I fully looked into it.
yeah, that's how I actually came to fucking flat Earth. Cause I'm not really decided on the shape. I'm pretty sure it's flat though, considering like that's all the hallmarks of being a government fucking scam, like everything else. I actually came through the COVID bullshit, cause like I knew about the 9/11. Like I watched the Loose Change documentary of 9/11 when I was a little kid, so I knew about that shit. I didn't really like fully look into it though. I just knew like, wow. And I didn't really grasp the concept because I was a kid, right? Going to high school and middle school and shit. So I didn't really like, oh, if it was an inside job or not. You don't really understand like how ridiculous that would be if someone actually crashed on them. But when this COVID shit hit, then I realized how much this fucking government lies to us. And then I was like, okay, what else have they lied to us? And that's when I went to the moon landings. And yeah, the moon landings is actually, I think, the biggest bridge to FE, because like they're so deplorably fake. You know what I mean? Like at least like the FE is kind of hard because you can't really see like beyond the horizon or whatever to see if it's flat or round. But like when it comes to the moon landings and you watch those videos and then you watch the other videos debunking it, it's just like this is this is such shit. Like that is actual shit. Like I don't care if you're a global or a flatty. If you believe they went to the moon, like you need to kill you. Like I don't know what you need to do. You need to go find some help or something. But like, yeah, I don't care what shape you think it is. If you actually think we went there, you're retarded. We didn't go to the fucking like. It's so retarded. Like they're playing golf and riding on a buggy on the moon. Like, dude, come on.
Yeah, it's bad. It's just, it's like sea level Hollywood. It's absolutely ridiculous. The level of just
Dude, even
like I don't really call people clowns and stuff. I try, you know, but like that is some serious clownery. Like that actually, they actually are real life clowns in like astronaut suits, just bouncing around on wires. Like it really is ridiculous.
Wouldn't it be
Glow
funny
Buster.
if they were? What? Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Glowbusters did some nice work with the junkyard. It was filmed in a junkyard thing. And I mean, it's crazy. There's some of the scenes in from the Apollo footage. You could see they must have been like hanging on a wire or something, right? and you could just see the light like shoot up from them, like right up off of their backpack or their suit or whatever it looked like. You know what I'm saying? Like mad times that shit happened.
They know the junkyard.
Like the wire
was...
caught.
God damn it.
Like
They
the
even
light
know
glinted off the wire just right.
Fuck me, dude. It's so bad. Like I even seen like there was like a can on the ground in the far background, and one of the like a can. Like how the fuck did a Coke bottle get a Coke can get to the fucking moon? Like it's just, oh my god, man. That's how I got to FE, was through the moon landing hoax. So that's how I got here. I went from COVID, moon landing hoax, to now I'm here and realizing that everything is shit. Like everything is a fucking scam. That's fucking hilarious, the moon landing. Anyways, I gotta go have a Christmas dinner, so I'll catch you guys later.
Later, Noah. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys.
Yep, you too, Noah. Sweet, man. Later.
What's up?